Well, well, well. All right, here we are with the last Imaginarium theater. We'll get into the theater shortly for anyone that's a wonderful where is it? The wonderful VOD watcher. We have Pyro, Hydro, and Dendro today with Hu Tao, Toma. That's two Polearm characters. Okay, so that's annoying to me specifically because Polearm characters being in the opening cast makes it more annoying for me to be able to do visionary mode for my Polearm-only account. Um, and it's always really interesting doing this on Polearms only. Um, I mean, we might not be able to. The fact that we're starting with the fact that we have Pyro is a really good thing for Polearms only, but then the fact that it starts with two of the Pyro Polearms from the get-go makes it a little bit more annoying. But it also makes it good in some ways because it means I don't have to like RNG the beginning as much. Like I can just use Hu Tao at the start. So, anyways, I expect Anepha's probably in the like supporting cast or whatever it's called. Um, but anyways, theater, just in case anyone isn't aware, and I'm probably gonna have this yap again. But anyways, theater, in case anyone isn't aware, is the YouTube chat broken? By the oh, it is broken. I was like, why is it not updating? There we go. Okay. Sorry. Theater, in case anyone is not aware, is updating next patch. I don't know what they called the new difficulty mode, but it's updating and it's going to require 28 characters, like 6 more characters to do the newest difficulty mode. But that isn't changing visionary mode technically, so like, yes, we're saying goodbye to visionary mode, but we're only saying goodbye to it as the highest difficulty mode. And also saying that it's a new difficulty mode is, I think, a little weird. Simply because the way that theater tends to go is not usually that it's actually that much more difficult as you get to the higher difficulties. At least that's my experience thus far. It's just you need more characters, right? And like it takes more time to acquire more characters for sure. Like it's just an arbitrary gating of how long you have to play versus how many rewards you can get from theater is my overall vibe. Though I do think the longer theaters tend to be more enjoyable because it embraces, I think, the more the RNG aspects of like random jumblings of different characters together. I think is what makes theater fun. So, anyways, I actually do look forward to the difficulty increase for theater. On my account, I did look at like the next 3 theaters. I think I looked at it and see if like with the characters I have now, do I have enough characters leveled, or not necessarily leveled, or like do I need to like level 1 or 2 characters? Because I have, let's see, like 12 characters that are not level 70 for theater, right? But like a bunch of them wouldn't take that long, and the answer is yeah, I seem to have enough for most element combos, I'm guessing, but I didn't check every single element combo. And yeah, so anyways, like that is not to say it's easy, but as long as you know you are leveling characters semi-regularly anyways. But like my account's always been in like a kind of ideal spot where in like I tended to level a lot of characters just to try something with them, even if I didn't like invest a ton of them. I leveled them up a little bit so I could use them. Speaking of Yanfei, this has been here long enough. I noticed this the day of the stream, but not until after I was done streaming. It gave me a laugh. I messaged Byte about it. Byte put Yanfei supremacy in my signature. She removed the Shupa. Truth bomb. There we go. Back. Not that I can get in line with the Yanfei supremacy. Although I actually messaged by it and I was like, from my point of view, I think truly loving and adoring a character means appreciating all their utility. Because she's like a really big hater of Tank Faye. I'm just like, well, I think truly appreciating Yanfei is appreciating how she can be like as a DPS, but also appreciating her supportive utility. So, anyways, like I very much disagree with the idea of like, oh, I'm a main of this character, that only means I DPS them. I don't know. I think if you're a main of a character, you appreciate all the ways you can use a character. Anywho's. That's a distraction. Do we know the rewards are for the new difficulty? Yeah, it's like another 200 Primo Gems. And they're not removing any older rewards. They're not increasing the difficulty of the old difficulties. So, like, it's not harder to clear Theater for getting the same rewards. They're just adding more permanent recurring rewards if you have the characters to clear it. Like, I don't actually see it as a negative thing at all. I see it as a side effect of this is a gacha game. They release more characters over time. And Theater is a game mode designed in a way that, like, it just wants you to have a bunch of characters. And it's trying to incentivize you to have and level a bunch of characters. It's designed to be a little bit of a resource drain. But, like, if you're acquiring enough characters, like, if you're playing the game regularly, it's not that hard, I think. I think. Well, I say I think because, like, I'm a player who started years ago. If you're a player starting today, it would probably take you an ungodly amount of time to get to the newest difficulty mode, right? There's a really big difference between those two. Like accounts that are older have a significant advantage with all of their older characters, like 5 stars and whatever, that they leveled in the past that help out with Theater compared to newer accounts. So don't get me wrong, I understand. I do think Theater is inherently flawed in some of its design. I'm not trying to defend some of its design choices. I just think the baseline of, oh, let's add a new increased difficulty mode that requires more characters is like, after they announce this, I'm just like, okay, I guess that kind of is just like, duh? As long as they don't make it so like there's any difference for the older rewards, it's just now new higher tier rewards if you can do it. It's, I don't know, it's not a negative thing. There's nothing we lost. But a lot of people have a problem with like there being rewards in the game that they can't acquire, and I disagree with that being a problem. I like put yourself in the game designer shoes for a minute. Acknowledge that yes, this game does need to make money because it's expensive as f to make this game. It's not free. It's a free-to-play game. It's not free to make. Therefore, the company does need to make money. You need to acknowledge, if you're trying to put yourself in the game designer shoes, not saying every practice they do is like defendable, or like well justified, whatever, but like they do need to make money. We need to acknowledge that. And okay, you know, this is a gacha game. How do you design content that, you know, helps the company make money, helps continue the development of the game? If the game doesn't make money, the game doesn't exist. Like, how? You gotta ask yourself these questions, I think, when trying to answer whether or not it's actually a problem that they introduce content that you can't do or whatever. And I don't know, like, Genshin is a game that is so diverse, even just in this focus of combat alone. It's so diverse at this point for the different weird things you can do in combat that I fundamentally at this point disagree with the idea that it's a problem that there is content in the game that many people will not be able to do. I can't do I can't and never plan to do dire difficulty with killing the bosses in 60 seconds rather than 120 seconds. That is technically content that, you know, gives a reward that I cannot acquire. And I don't care, and that's fine. Like, so, anyways. You can use it as like and I think having these like long-term things as a motivator in a game like this with a million different characters as a baseline incentive to try out new characters is maybe, it can be, you know, I don't want to do this one. I want to do, I mean, I might, but I'm gonna just do more today. As a baseline incentive to just get you to, I guess we can do Gamba. As a baseline incentive to just get you to try new things, I like that aspect of Theater. So, anyways, I've criticized plenty of Theater before, but I've also, I think, been able to appreciate a lot of Theater at the same time. That's what I've tried to do, at least. So, anyways. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat the whole time because of my yap. We got a 5, so I got an Aquila Livonia recently on Standard Banner, which, so not a pity. Whoops. It kind of pissed me off, by the way, because it didn't piss me off. It just made me sad. It just made me sad to get an Aquila. We're not even gonna leave it 4-star. It just made me sad to get an Aquila because, like, the first copy of Aquila is great. It's great. It really is. Max buff potential Bennett is cool. All right. What pulls? That was truly a dream come true. Right. Max out your Bennett is good. The second copy of Aquila, one of the most useless things you can possibly get in the game. And onwards, of course. It's too bad that getting duplicate copies of Aquila can't be turned. Actually, that's a good question. If they allowed you to turn 5-star weapons into masterless star glitter for level 95 or 100k. Oh god. Oh god, I just realized. They didn't announce level 100 weapons. What if they did the same for level 100 weapons? No, don't do it. Don't do it, Mihoyo. Don't do it. Leave the level cap for weapons at 90. Please. But anyways, if they allowed me to trash 5-star weapons and like give me masterless star glitter, so the character leveling up material for trashing 5-star weapons, I would trash Aquila. I would trash this. I'd probably trash this. I'm sorry. This one would feel a little bit weird because it's like it's not a bad weapon, but like I think those are the only ones I trash. Honestly, all the other ones are like useful enough as generic stat sticks that I'd keep them in some form. And I might regret trashing this eventually, but like, you know, if it was like, hey, that could get me to a level 100 character, yeah, I'd throw it away. Anyway, sorry for yapping too much. We're gonna do my dailies, or not do my dailies. Show me your courage. I need to freaking lower the dialogue volume. I feel like it's too loud. Really? Wait, 2? It feels too loud at 2? Well, whatever, it's going to 1. Formerly weapons only would thrive, yeah.
Let's do this then.
Like 2 5-star weapons I was playing for 2 years. That is not very many. I'm assuming both of them came from standard banner for you though. Not necessarily a bad thing, mind you, but I can definitely tell you, like, the 5-star weapons are they're in this really weird middle ground of like they're simultaneously rarely worth pulling outside of like for your favorite character, and then at the same time they are worth pulling on like a cumulative effect level, particularly in like what if you get to the point like my account is at where you can have like a decent amount of like generic stat stick options for pretty much every weapon category. It's like suddenly they become quite good to have because they can just like uplift the baseline like damage potential of many characters compared to what they are free to play accessible. But I don't know, it's also kind of not being the case as time goes on because they were like making craftables a lot stronger. Well, Polearm is a bad example. But I was gonna say for like Nefa and Flynn's, other than if you don't have a Jade Spear, you don't have a limited polearm, like the craftable weapon is like pretty good on them. So I don't know. Who are you planning to 100? So I logged in. I went through my wishing history to see in the last year, because I did know my first. Until I just got Mona C6. I got Mona C6 very recently, but my first and only C6 standard character was Kaching, and I got her C6 like last August. And I couldn't view the full wishing. I could only go back to like, you know, September. But I believe, I know for sure I saw 2 copies of Kaching in the list. I had lost my 50-50 twice to Kaching, which was more than I expected. So I technically had C8 Kaching this year, which is, in hindsight, a pretty big boon, right? Because that means I'm starting with 2 Masterless Star Glitter. And in many ways, I don't know. What's weird is like I have the path where if I want to, I can probably level 100 two characters this year, or that I could do the smart decision of like level 95 multiple characters. I think what I'm leaning towards doing is I really want to level 100 Dia. So my current plan is, because I was already kind of planning on, so I was already planning on, like before they announced the Constellation dupe thing, I was already planning on getting 2 copies of Dia from Chronicle Banner. So I think I'm gonna try, because of the fact that the pre-Constellation thing takes weeks of grinding to get anyways. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get level 100 Dia by wishing for a second copy of Dia on the Chronicle Banner anyways. And part of the reason for that is I'm just impatient and I want C6 Dia. I don't want to have to wait freaking 2 months for C6 Dia. I can wait 2 months for level 100 Dia. That's no biggie. I'm perfectly fine with that. But yeah, so anyways, and by the way, there's a lot of people. I didn't realize there's this misunderstanding. You do not need to use the Masterless Star Glitter resource on the character you get it from. The amount of people who think, like, it's crazy to me, the amount of people that like would even think this is the case when, like, we would not be talking about it if Masterless Star Glitter was only able to be used on the character that, you know, you got the Constellation past C6 on. So, like, just because I'll be getting potentially a Masterless Star Glitter from Dia does not mean it's only being used on Dia, right? So, anyways, I want a level 100 Dia. I want to see how it goes. I want to get the full potential of Dia. From there is a potential path towards level 100 Sethos and Lanyan that is a strong consideration for me. But this is a problem of like the problem is the Constellation selector thing. I have Yai, Nilou, Baiju, Shenhe, and then Dia, Mona, Kaching as all potentials to choose from. Like, I have 8 potentials to choose from. And Dia, Mona, Kaching give me Masterless Star Glitter, right? And, you know, yeah, so like Masterless Star Glitter from choosing them, but then I have to pick between choosing like a Nilou con or a Baiju con or a Shenhe con and getting a Masterless Star Glitter. And right now I'm in a situation of like, okay, I have C1 Nilou from, I believe, the Kave incident. It was some 4-star incident. I didn't purposely try to get this. Like, this is the Hydro and Dendro Red Shred con. Like, you know, like it would be kind of fun, you know, for not having to spend any crazy amount of resources to do like Lauma Nilou with C2 Nilou and Kiev Kajna suit and like, you know, but anyways, Jamie's community post perfectly explains the level 100 situation. I don't know what his community post is, but go check out Jamie's community post. So yeah, I don't know how impactful it will be. Ultimately, though, you know what's stupid though is like the level 100 thing existing for Nilou Bloom teams means I think leveling like a Kokomi or a Barbara to 95 or 100 for Nilou Bloom might be a bigger damage improvement than getting C2 Nilou. I'm not kidding. I'm not confident. It'll probably be relatively similar. So, anyways, it's a problem of like, and I love Yai, and I would really like to get a free Constellation on Yai. Multiplier increase for Yai for free? Oh, I'll take it. But choosing Yai means choosing not level 95 Yai, right? Like, do I choose Kaching so I can level 95 Yai, or set those, or someone else, or whatever? It's just weird. It's just weird, like, how this is such a rare resource, but, like, the problem is I'm a min-maxer. The problem is I like to min-max, right? I'm yapping way too much, by the way. How many of these do I have left? Oh, they've been used up. Okay. No, I should go do one more though. Like I'm a min-maxer, and I particularly like for the characters that I'd say are a little bit weaker on average. I like even more the idea of min-maxing them, right? I like more the idea of crowning Dia and getting the most out of her than I do Moika, personally.
All right, let's finish this fast.
The idea of bridging the gap between Moika, or between Dia and Moika. I don't expect Dia to get to Moika levels, obviously. But you know, I can try to bridge the gap. And so like having this min-max thing locked away, it just feels bad. It just feels bad that I would like, I don't know what the timeline is for where I could possibly justify using this resource on Lanyon. Like I want to. I really do want to. And maybe the smart play is, you know, because I'm going to be able to start with 2 of them and get a 3rd one relatively quickly. Maybe the play is I start with level 95 Dia, level 95 Sethos, level 95 Lanyon. Right? Because the fact that you get the same damage increase from 90 to 95 as you do from 95 to 100 means that, you know, the resource cost efficiency-wise, if you have multiple units that can gain value from it meaningfully for you, or that you just want to, you know, doing level 95s of multiple units first makes sense over level 100 ring 1. But, like, symbolically, my monkey brain just want a level 100 Dia, right? So, anyways. Difficulty increase? Yeah, I already yapped about it a little bit. You can rewind. But, yes, there's a new difficulty for theater. No, quite frankly, it doesn't matter, in my opinion, because it doesn't change anything of the old difficulty. Yes, that means it might not be accessible to you, and I think that's fine, because there's a lot of people that there were difficulty modes that were already inaccessible to theater. This is just more rewards if you happen to be available to do it, but that is why we are saying goodbye to Visionary mode today, functionally, because who cares about Visionary mode when there's a newer difficulty mode in the future? I don't remember what the new difficulties mode is called, but anyways. Sorry for getting distracted yapping. Is there a new boss in the new difficulty? Yes, as far as I'm aware. Wait, what do we have? Speaking of bosses. Is that triple kinky? Yeah, it is triple kinky. Okay. Papilla? Wait, is this the... Oh, this is the healing one. Okay. Right, this is the healing one? Each member that receives healing HP will cover the... But this is the healing one. This is the same one that there was before, right? Okay. Because the healing... This is like one of the most easily trivialized ones in theater. But you need to have a built theater. Like... or built theater. A built healer. We encountered before on Polearm-only where we brought Mika the first time through to this, where like my Mika wasn't fully like invested in, or he didn't have like a healing bonus circlet. I think he just needed a healing bonus circlet. He didn't need to be fully invested, but like he needed a build that was purposely around it. And like he was built to burst consistently, but he didn't have the ability to heal barely enough. He barely enough didn't have the ability to heal past this without having like a healing bonus circle on leveling a little bit. And then after that, I was like, okay, Mika, you know what? Sure, I'll level you up. So lava dragon statue, bruh. Wait, they have hydro here, bruh. Putting hydro in this theater, and then the final boss is the lava dragon statue. What? Okay. Well, what do you mean say goodbye to Visionary mode? Oh boy. Go look at Mahoyo's announcement, or go rewind the stream. I don't know. People in the YouTube chat, I'm gonna put you on duty of answering those people for me. Because, I mean, I'm sure I'll answer it sometimes, but I can't be saying that literally every 2 seconds. Alright, anyways. I don't know. Nilu, she doesn't really need proper, well, what the frick? Why does she have, whatever. It'll be fine. Well, I should give her contraceptive at least. Not that we're necessarily going to do a full Dendrohydro team, just having her on the full key build is, you know, sensible. There we go. Got a little bit of crit Nilo going still. All right. Everything else should be fine, I think. Why do you not have Deepwood? Didn't that used to be on Bennett? Why does Bennett not have that? Oh boy. This is the theater problem. Bro, can I see my own character? What? Oh my god. I want to see what my Bennett has before I equip this to Baiju. No, whatever. Just give him this one. Just in case I need it. Okay. It's good enough. Alright. Next. Yep, Anef is here. All is here. You and Chaska. Okay. Interesting. Chaskers. Getting Chaskers and Kanich functional at the same time is kind of annoying. Because I only have one real crit damage circlet. Also, Mulan is available too. Well, shoot. No, I can work with this. Because I can... do that. Wait. No, I'm stupid. Sorry. We do this. Kanich gets 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Well, these are basically the same for Kanich. Okay. Well, no. Kanich can get an Oct piece. Okay. So you can use this. Chaska can use the ER. All right. And then I need a crit damage circlet. I could put VV on her, but I think it requires yoinking pieces that are on Lanyon, and that's a no. It's just a no from me. Yeah. There you go. 25, 55 attack, 90 crit rate, 250 crit damage with some ER. Pretty good. Alright, Mr. Kanich. Not that it's the end all be all to have him do crazy damage or anything. But I like damage. I always like the theater vibe. There we go. I always like the theater vibe. Okay. Weaker weapon. This is Kanich's like mostly full power build, I think. Other than min-maxing, like lowering his crit rate to go more RNG. Okay. Nephi I think is on my Gilded Dreams build right now. I actually, so I did a, for anyone curious, I did some calcs the other day, specifically for the Dia team, to see whether or not my attack percent circlet in Gilded Dreams, this 40 CV attack circlet, was better than my crit damage circlet. This is like an okay crit damage circlet. And for Anefa's damage, the attack circlet was better on average. Like the amount of damage she gets from crits is a little bit lower. But the average damage is a little bit higher. With 88 crit rate, 140 crit damage. Like it's almost exactly the same damage for her, but then also more attack on her converts to more EM buffing, which means it's better for Dia's damage. So it's just better overall, I found, in my situation, to use an attack circlet, funnily enough. And this is also the build. I think I am going to try to get an R5 Katane for her, but I don't have it right now. So for now, she's on Scour, it's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So yeah, this is probably not going to be the permanent build I use on her, but I think I will probably use the new artifact set on her, even though I won't always be using her with 2 non-cry units, so it's a little bit weird, but anyways. So perfect Kanich, it is quite decent. I wouldn't say perfect, because, you know, he's got a lot of EM that isn't exactly doing a lot, but it's fine. It's funny how good these artifacts are. Like, there's basically no bad stats, but then he still winds up with like a lot of bad stats. Like EM isn't a bad stat, but it's a useless stat on him, right? So it's kind of weird. Anyway, oh yeah, I was gonna check Bennett. Sorry. Mulan, I think is fine. Jade, Codex. Yeah, that's your normal Jade build. Okay. Bennett boy. You just need ER, 255 ER. Oh yeah, I remember. I put this as an off piece on him because this is on Charlotte. I wanted him on a healing bonus circlet. That's why he's not using that 30 ER feather right now. I see. Okay. So what I'm hearing myself say is that I need more Noblesse pieces. I need another healing bonus circlet in Noblesse. Because imagine if I had this circlet but in Noblesse, then I could use that off-piece feather that gives 9% more energy recharge. Big. Anyways, that's fine. Okay. I think everyone else is fine. Fine enough, at least. We're gonna actually use all of them. Okay, and Nefa is using the artifacts I would normally put on him. Okay. We'll come back to you. Just that is fine. Wait, 5-piece? I guess. Yeah, 5-piece it is. That's a build. That is a build. Yep. All right. Yelan, you sure. Of course. Yes. Oh, see, this is why they are introducing the new theater. they have a pyrodendro what is pyrodendro hydro theater. That's a combination of characters that I have a lot of and I like a lot. And LOL, I don't get to use some of the characters I like. Chevers probably doesn't need to be included, but I would like to use Gaming, and I would like to use Candace. We want healer options for the, what's it called? I don't want to get rid of Kave. That feels sad. Chev C6 healing, that's true. I mean, realistically, what does Bennett do? Well, Bennett carries chambers on his own. That's what he does. Well, Al-Haytham is definitely not getting chosen. I'm sorry. You know what? Tignari, Sethos has your artifacts right now. You're not even equipped. Okay, that's one. What about Kirara? How many denders do we have? We have you. We don't have that many denders, to be honest. We also have Baiju in the previous. Okay, you know what? Sorry, Kirara. It's a little bit more balanced, I think. All right. Wait, Gaming. What the frick artifacts are you on? I forgot you're still on that. That's really funny, actually. I mean, it's a cracked tenacity build, like. It's just not even on the good feather. There we go. Perfect. Alright, Pyro Traveler, I'm using support Moika. So. See? I have more, like, I'm gonna enjoy the new difficulty mode. I have more characters to use. I would like to have more character options. I think I will actually enjoy it. To be clear, because my account's already at a state where, like, I can gain value from it and play it. So, but not today. I don't know who to get rid of for freaking Gaming. The stupid healing requirement, I would, like, get rid of Kokomi or whatever. But I would like to have options for healers. I don't want to get rid of Kave. Kave's too Kave. Plus we have like new weapon on Kave and whatever. And I was kind of saddened that I wasn't able to get as much enjoyment out of him in the new Abyss as I was hoping I was. So I gotta use Kave. Nuvulette? Honestly, yeah, frick Nuvulette. Okay. Mystery cache to start. Always a good start. Mystery cache to make all mystery caches better, sure. Okie dokie. Yeah, starting, by the way, with extra 4K just gives you, I think, like, more flowers to start, if I recall. I don't remember how many. But anyways, what's the buff? Hydro and Pyro Rise Shred. Okay, cool, I guess. I mean, I don't need a healer for a while. So I'm gonna choose Arlecchino.
An insurmountable problem, I presume.
Vaporize, Tidal Shock, Vaporize, Pyro Damage. Okay. Probably the Hydro. You're only giving me Vaporize? Sure, I guess we're going all into Vaporize. Bruh. I mean, hey, we'll get level 4 Vaporize and then we'll Okay. I hope her way up goes horribly without Nivulette. It'll be fine. Speaking of way ups. Of course, we want to star. I mean, I certainly should be able to star on this account. You don't need stars for everything, but I plan to star for everything. Kale honestly is not terrible to keep here. Not really. The only concerns obviously is the Papilla, and then, you know, making sure I have non-hydro damage dealing teams for that. And then this is going to be maybe a little tricksy, but probably not that hard. So I kind of don't like it. I'll try to do a Nilu team, because we need. Oh, we can do a real Nilu team now technically. Do I just do 2 Nilu? Do I just burn through Baiju immediately? No. I want to. You know what? Frick it. How many DPS do I have? You. I have. There's so many frickin' DPS. Just use Arlecchino. Honestly, frickin' Arlecchino can be early fodder. It'll be fine. It kind of didn't make sense to choose Arlecchino then, but you know. Wait. Frick. No. I need Kale. I wanted to save Kale. Pilla's easy with Chaska? Yeah, I mean, she's easy with, I think, with a lot of options I have. Okay, so Kale... Wait, we have to sacrifice... Oh, okay, well... Never mind, we have to sacrifice someone. If we have to sacrifice someone, then I may as well do a full Nilu clear. Why not? For the lulz. I was trying to save, like, the Nilu team, so I could, like, just do 2 full chambers of the Nilu team, but not these chambers specifically. I really wanted to get that out before whatever. Oh my gosh. Well, this wasn't ideal. I really should have gotten that burst out. St. Joe's the one, by the way, generating a lot of blooms, I believe, here, but Maybe not, I'm not sure. I wasn't actually paying attention to the aura. Doesn't matter. Anyways. Wow. Nilu team clear. Which is coming? Sure. Get full vaporize. Why not? Increase vaporize damage while triggering it on opponents. Okay. Like, I like the specification of opponents. It's amusing. Titanic Tide. I mean, that just sounds fun, so. Random character that I can't choose. Okay. Again, I don't want to use a Neela team, so we are gonna burn through all and we're gonna do mono pyro. Okay. Says pyro characters have an advantage. Any cons on Flynn's will you pull on Polearm-only? I would like to get C2. I would like to get C2 Flynn's. It's not what I want, like, I don't know, okay. It's the wrong combination of characters right now, I would say. So we should I mean, honestly, Gaming is kind of it's just, the play here is to switch to Gaming after Arlecchino goes a little bit, because her bond falls off. Not that it matters, obviously. So hard to have 22 characters built. Not if you play the game for 3 years straight and buy the battle pass, I'll tell you that. The battle pass helps a lot for building characters more. Like, the real, I think, incentivization for MiHoYo making theater is, I think, for them to get people to buy the battle pass more. I think, because honestly, before theater release, my main account was at a point where, like, I didn't, even me wanting to build characters for, like, content purposes, I didn't necessarily have to buy the battle pass very often. Whereas, like, once theater released, I was like, okay, now I will basically always buy the battle pass. And I was already usually buying the battle pass anyways because of the content purposes. So, yeah. Anyways. We'll choose Chaska. I don't know. I want more characters in general. But yeah, I guess that's more characters. Choose one. Okay.
Reporting for battle.
It's random.
Commencing task.
Okay. We'll use Nilu here, of course, because how can I not? Okay, finish my drink. Oh, I didn't get my finish. I think it was my cap I needed to drink, but I forgot to grab my freaking water bottle. Bap, 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 bap. Okie dokie. So we'll start with you. We'll go into you. We'll go into you. We'll go into you. Yeah. I don't remember anything for grouping on these. It's been a long while. Stop! Freaking butthole. It's been a long while since I actually fought them. Bap. No, we are overtaking with Hydro. Okay. So I on-field Baiju, I guess? That's interesting. No. I didn't get the star. Oh my god, bruh. Okay, this seems like one of the more annoying ones to get the star on, actually. It's a freaking Nilu team. Like, yeah, like, with not ideal circumstance for Nilu, mind you. Duh. But, like... And I didn't even... No, do I? I know I do have deep. Anyways. Stream the new Archon quest? Maybe. I don't know. Whenever I stream questing, it doesn't get that many views, but so it's. I think there's a. God dang it. I think there's a good chance I will, but it'll probably be on Twitch only. Wait, how do I have a... Oh my god, the interruption. Stop freezing me! Oh my gosh. Alright, I found my new least favorite Neither team. Oh my god, are you like, bruh? Bruh. Why? Does less using a Siegler Vod harden the next one's reachability? Yes. But also because like questing streams are mostly just going to be vibe streams anyways. And I kind of like the idea of using Twitch as just that more sometimes. I just never had... Can you let me get my third E in before interrupting me? Okay. Oh boy. This would be so cooked if I didn't have Kiyokata suit on Nilu, by the way, because the team... This is one of the problems with Theater, right? Is like, without Kiyokata suit on Nilu, one, I'm using trial characters, but how do you even get to the point of like making sure that the character builds are configured? You don't know you're gonna use these exact particular characters for a Nilu team, and like a Nilu team to get like good damage output really wants like characters on pretty particular builds. There we go. See, Nilu teams can perform really well, and like to be clear, with a good grouping situation like that, do you need the ideal builds or whatever? No. But like Kiyokata's suit, I want to emphasize, giving EM to a bunch of them was helping a lot there. Anyways, level 70 Singcho. I mean, that is true. That is true. I did indeed have a level 70 Singcho. Choices. Choose Candace. Bloom. I kind of freaking need characters. I'm getting kind of pissed that it keeps on giving me the buffs when I need characters. Like, actually frick off. It's making this theater a lot more annoying than it has to be right now. Like, stop it. Okay. Like, look at all the Hydro characters I have. Like, frick off. Give me the characters. I need characters right now. Okay. I think this one's probably the easiest one. Should I try to become a Hoyo creator? Hoyo creator doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't mean anything. Well, goodbye, Arlecchino. Hello, sir. I don't know why I did that. What does Wu Tao do? Negative 10 damage. I know it's fire resistant, mind you. Bro, hey Zarla. You. She's one of my favorite characters. It's theater. There's 5 trillion other characters to play. Part of the fun of theater is playing all the characters. The game isn't giving me good characters. It's giving me, oh, would you like buffs with 0 characters to use with your buffs? Like, sue me for wanting to play different characters. This is the fun of theater. How the RNG went is that we got Arlecchino early and we didn't get a team for Arlecchino to actually make it relevant in, so we're using Arlecchino. If I had other characters to use for foddering to easy, trivial things like this, I would. But I don't. I don't like that I'm foddering Gomming either. I wanted to actually play Gomming. But here we are. It is how the RNG of theater goes. You take what it gives you. Anyways. What after is the Jeff's challenge? What do you mean? What? What is the Jeff's challenge? Did he challenge me to something that I didn't hear about? Got rage baited? Yeah. I'm trying to say I freaking hate Arlecchino because I got screwed by RNG. Of course I'm gonna get annoyed at someone trying to claim I hate Arlecchino because I'm using characters here in theater. If I use Moika here, oh, you hate Moika. Oh, you hate Anefa. Oh, you hate Candace. Anyways, we want a healer, so I guess we choose. I mean, you know, I kind of want to choose Papilla, or choose Chevrolet to get the Papilla shield easier. We don't need Siege Wing yet, theoretically. Anyways, it's funny, can't lie. Yeah. I have 215, so sure. 15 cause mystery cache. We might get Arlecchino back. Hey. that's a funny thing to happen after that. Alright. And then I immediately trash her again, clearly. No. I would like to get more characters. I really would. So I guess we choose this. And we get Dia, of course. Who needs Bennett? Not me.
Need a hand?
There's not a choice there. There was one choice. I mean, yeah. It's Hydro. It's good. One random for 40 cost. This is like the first time I might be able to, if I had one, I would have been able to trigger the going to 0 flowers thing. Yeah, sure, why not? 40 cost character. Sure, yeah. All right, 6. Suddenly we have a lot of character options. Let's go. See, that's what I wanted to have happen. All right, and then we can choose buffs from now on, I think, mostly. Let's think through what are we gonna do for teams. We got Papilla to deal with. We can do Chaska against Papilla. May as well trivialize it. Why not? Let's do a Kave team. I want to do a Kave team. Can we do Kave? We don't have Cryo. We could do Kave Shatterbloom if we get Cryo. I don't need to do Kave Shatterbloom twice. I'll be fine. Should I save Arlecchino for anything? To appease the Arlecchino person? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to use Arlecchino wherever. I'm just trying to think who I want to use here, specifically. I'm kind of just feeling use, like, Siege Ween and Nefa Moika. Because I don't know. Anyways, is it worth the risk wishing for Nilu? Do you want to play Nilu? If it's for Nefer, we don't know what Nefer's kit looks like. We don't know for 100% she's even in 6.1. I would say hold off for seeing what the 6.1 characters are at their minimum. But like, Nilu isn't part of Lauma's best team, technically, if that's your concern. Yeah, and if you do pull Nilu, you probably want Lauma too. So, anyways. Wait, we can kind of do Dia over Vape. Sure. What? How did you smack me before I... Slightly interested in Llama, but also want Nefer. I don't have enough pulse for both, so if Nefer releases in Luna 2, I'm screwed. I mean, are you sure? Because we don't know what content there is in Luna 2. And also, there's a good chance there's like 2 pities worth of pulls in the next patch. So like, winning, if there's 2 pities worth of pulls in the next patch, if you have the time to get all those pulls, and you win a 50-50, 2 50-50s. Just 2 coin flips, but like it's not ungodly unrealistic. Like yeah, you might not have enough to guarantee, but there is still the potential that you can try to consider risking a 50-50 on Lauma banner, for example, assuming Lauma and Nefer go really well together. And then if you lose the 50-50, you save that guarantee. If you win the 50-50, you know, you go from there. Anyways. I do want to play Kinich. Do we need more buffer options right now? Probably not. Okay, yeah, we should get some buffs. I think burning buff preferable. But I want to do a cop. So. We'll get both. We'll get both eventually. They will do what they did with Shen, how they put her on a Chronicle, and then after the Scoffy, they rerun her. Nilu? If Nilu is a best in slot support for Nefer, maybe. Well, I think there's a very, very good chance Nefer's best team does not include Nilu. Just saying. Well, we don't know right now. We really don't. Let's use Chaska's. Frick. Let's do it the way Mihoyo intended it. Frick, we still have to use someone I don't want to use. Dang it. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna use Kave here. Chaska's gonna do nothing. I want to do one like Kave Shatterbloom. Chaska didn't do nothing, see? She got through the shield all on her own. And then Kinich. And missed. Kave, bam. No, we're being silly. Nalan characters. Oh god. Okay. You know, Chatsuka is funny in that like she's simultaneously like one of the worst to use, but also the least janky Natline character, and it's kind of funny. Do this while it's being a butthole. Look at that one pyro bullet. 2 pyro bullets. Let's go. Anyway, no, I gotta actually get it. I actually have to do damage. I forgot to wiki. No. Uh-oh. Oh, he dead. Will it matter? Probably, yes. Oh, we need to get a star, so yes, it will matter. Okay, this was not the best team to choose for the I will admit. I knew that going in, though. So, like, not a big deal. But we're not that far away from beating anyway, so, you know. Why did I do that? Whatever. Yeah, which chat's got? Who says you can't dual DPS chats in Kanisha? It works perfectly fine. It's exactly what I would describe this as. And we cover it. Hello? Hello? Man. Overall, this is a theater that is not that difficult so far, at least for the first 2 bosses. Hydra is probably desirable. Okay, Mr. Cash. Sure. Mr. Cash. Principal cast member, which is one of these people's. Okay. I like vigor refunding. And vigor refunding likes me. Off-field pyro, off-field dendro, off-field pyro. Alright. What's the last thing here? Can't get it, but... Damage increase, changes attack mode. Okay. Okay. Cool. So we have the healing creature next, so probably we have Chevrolet, we have you. Okay, so I would like to... Oh, I still don't have C. Lolly for doing Shadow Bloom carving. Okay. Let's use... Can I do Dia again? Wait, we can do Overvape Dia for realsies. Sure. Let's do Overvape Dia for realsies. Even though this is not that hard of a challenge for this, but it's fine. Two at the same time. Yeah. Where'd the Dendro card come from? Oh yeah. That was fast. That was their fastest chamber. Mualani. Wow. Them some choices. There we go. Okay. I would like to do, so what I'd like to do is, you know, a healing team. I mean, healing Mualani, like Mualani, Mawika, Siege Queen probably is fine, right? I'll put well, no, I don't want to use Kave. I'll put Kanichi here if I need burning or whatever. And I want to do Shatterbloom Kave for the next chamber. That's my hope. So, but I need to be able to get Seat Lolly, and I have too many. It's going to be a little bit annoying to try to get Seat Lolly. There might not even be freezable enemies in the next thing, but you know, whatever. This isn't necessarily that good. This might be good. I don't know. Anyways. Oh, well, and I don't have companions. Okay. Surely it'll give me Seat Lolly. Yeah, I guess we'll just do it like that. How long do you take to do your thing? You miss a bait. Should have waited, I guess. Are we gonna get through it? Siege Queen, please. Oh my god, bruh. Do you put Hydra on yourself? How do you have Hydra on you? Siege Queen applying too much Hydra? It's freaking C1 Siege Queen screwing me over, isn't it? Ah! Dang C1 Siege Queen lasting too long. Why are you so tanky? Bro, do I need better healing than Siege Queen? Is this what I need? It's taking so long to fill up. Okay. Do I have any other healers? I have Arlecchino. Oh, it's already here. Yeah. No, I didn't start. Dang it. Oh, you know what I can though. Okay. I always end up picking some kind of garbage team for one of these chambers. for like no reason other than like my brain is like, do this. Farina Burst helps a lot because of the healing bonus. Oh, I'm aware. I know. I'm well aware that Farina would be good here. That's why I'm not using her. But we can do this. This is very optimizable. I miss. Spawn anything. Ow. There you go. No problem. That's not that. I mean, I've done much worse. I've done much worse. And we were rewarded for it. We can do Kave Shatterbloom. Of course this also means we choose this. Consider dealing AoE Dendro damage. They'll all shoot at once during. Okay. Eh. Okay. So I mean a bunch of Hydro Slimes, a bunch of Papillas, or a bunch of big boys. I think all of these are situations that kind of screw with the elemental aura in some way. I'm inclined towards the Papilla. Alright. And this is why we save Farina. This is Candace. It works. Let's go. Wham! Shogun. Oh god. I don't know how to. I don't know. Is it? I can't remember how G is supposed to be pronounced. I'm just gonna translate it. I've already done this theater. How to say it's very simple. Muwani took care of me. Yeah, it's not that hard of a theater. I mean, it's like most theaters. Anyways, hello, Jizo. Oh boy. Anyway, water. Did someone redeem water? I don't have my water bottle, right? But I'll have to get my water bottle. What can we do for the last one? We have Chasker's Dia. I'm gonna do Dia. Dia with Candace something. Here, we'll try you. Let's see, what do we want to do? Dia, Seat Lolly, Eon's on? With... I mean, clearly more Pyro. Wait, frick. Seat Lolly resets the thing. Never mind. So, just... We want a Dendro character. Perfect.
The pleasure is all mine.
Alright. And that's what we got. Sick. Can't use Seat Lolly? Are you sure? Oh, frick. Oops. I forgot I did the E at the start. What are you doing, sir? Better. I could have actually set up getting actual melts on Dia, but I did not. I thought I didn't have to, but I definitely should have. Yeah, if I want to star, which I don't technically have to star. Alright, no, we're starring with this team. Dia's on, but we're cautious. There we go. Okay. And we do this. Oh, we got a melt. We got one 170k melt. Let's freaking go. Alright. Oh, good lord. Hello, Yurei. Thank you for the gifted subs. Trying to distract me from my success with Sea Lolly. But I appreciate that. And congrats to everyone that got the big subs. Ray's trying to complete with, who was it, Catherine? Yeah, thank you very much. And there we go. There's theater done on my main account. Wow. Yeah, it's a fun theater. I don't know. Dendro, Pyro, yeah, I don't know. I like Dendro reactions. I like Burning. Burning is, I think, one of the most fun reactions in the game. There's lots of fun jankery things you can do with this combination of elements, and throwing in Seat Lolly there as someone you can choose. Hey, good job, Kanish. Throwing in Seat Lolly there as someone you can choose is fun too. So, yeah. Am I number one yet? I have no idea. Oh, it resets every week. I see. Nice. Sold out. You sold out, Ray. Just like Farina. Anyways, most damage taken, Dia, as she should. That makes sense. So anyways, yeah, this is a fun theater. I don't know. It's a pretty simple one, right? Nothing like crazy. I do think it's a little weird having, you know, the Hydro and Cryo. Well, Cryo's not very present. It's not, you don't select Cryo for the main elements, but having the non-Hydro boss in the end is a little funny, but it's not that big a deal. The bigger question is going to be, what can we do on Polearm-only? What can we do on Polearm-only? Well, highlight my message. I'm going to have to look at your message again. Translate. Sandrone folks can see from the trailer that they entered the robot and its animo. Wait, Sandrone's animo? Really? Forgot about the sound effect there. Near his claim. I'm thinking. I'm silent because I'm thinking. I forgot that you get an elixir. So I can't use it in the theater room? What? Okay. So in case you're not aware, Dia Overvape is a really enjoyable team, and one thing I am definitely gonna want to do. I like that one. This is pretty good too, actually. This one, I think I'll hold off on. This one I like. Anyways, I don't have an EM timepiece in Vorakash, so for Dia, I have an HP timepiece option in Vorakash, which is pretty good, but it doesn't have ER. But it is a 4-liner that I could reroll in the future potentially if wanted. I have this ER timepiece, which is crafted with an elixir. This is one of the first pieces I crafted with an elixir, I believe, actually. But wait, was it? Actually, I don't remember if it was. No, I think it was. Because I remember being like... Yeah, it was. I think this might have been like the first elixir piece I crafted last year. And I remember being like, okay, well, on one hand, no bad rolls. On the other hand, triple minimum roll into crit damage kind of makes me salty. But I've used this piece a lot on her. I was using an attack time piece in Dia there because Dia Overvape does not need very much ER. Without C4, right? No C4 energy refund. So with C4, I think it is likely I will almost always use this, or use this, or use this. But I also want the ability to have an EM timepiece. I also want an EM timepiece. So... we're gonna craft an EM timepiece. Well, okay, before we do that, let's be smart. Be smart. Because I have been strongboxing a little bit of Aurora Cautious for the same thing. I'm going to Polearm-only shortly, don't worry. Wait, I'll hit them as 2? I didn't even realize I'll hit them second. Yeah, no, we're not crafting ER sands. We ain't, that's alright, we ain't crafting ER sands. My point was in Dia Overvape was an EM sands. If I slipped up and said ER sands, no. My point was that I have all sands I could possibly need for Dia for different contexts, except for an EM sands. That's what I was saying. Should probably go spend this on frickin' Mora, but what we're gonna do is this might be the last resin I ever spend in this domain, by the way. I think. 'Cause I really should be spending the rest of the week doing ley lines for preparation for next patch. Yeah, I already did the 60 lane line overflow. I'm good there. But anyways, EM timepiece of this team would be really good. I would like it. Now, elixirs have a history of not going well for me on this account, so I'm not really that hopeful, to be honest. Like, elixirs just are they're kind of poopy on this account for me, is my overall vibe. But being that this would allow me to not have to strongbox a million times in Vorakashas, like, you know, it's probably a good, smart thing for me to do. Then I can save future elixirs for future artifacts. So, and realistically, I should save the elixirs right now for future artifacts. Like the new set's coming out. If I want to get a complete set for like Inefa, I should save the elixirs for Inefa on the new set or whatever. But I feel like I'm gonna spend enough resin in the new set, in the new domain, that I don't. It's not gonna make sense for me to spend elixirs in the new domain for a while, because like, what if you're still farming a domain, I don't think elixirs make as much sense to use because it would feel really stupid, for example, to like craft, say, a double crit EM or attack timepiece for a Nefa on the new set, or Flynn's, or whoever, right? And then you continue farming the domain, and then 3 weeks later you get a better piece than you crafted. And you could have saved those elixirs for like something else, right? I think elixirs are best used in sets that you don't really want to spend resin on constantly. And that's kind of where Vora Cautious is at for me right now. But I still want to improve Dia. So, yeah. Anyways. We doing it. EM. Crit rate, crit damage. Ideal would definitely be, because with C4 I don't think I will need the ER. Generally speaking, at least at the very minimum, I should not need the ER in... Well, I don't know. The ER could still be fine because of Stygian Onslaught being a context. Like, I will definitely not complain about ER, but crit rate, crit damage, HP percent, attack percent, ER are all, you know, the desirable alternative stats other than crit rate, crit damage. So... is the right stat right? Just make sure. Yeah, okay. I freaking hate elixirs on this account. Why? Bruh. It has ER, but like, I freaking hate low rolls. I so hate low rolls. And it's a freaking like triple min roll, basically. It's not even as, it doesn't even have a freaking good last roll. Actually, F yourself, game. That's just weird throwing that away. These are tentative throwaways. This one probably not, but XP is important, so. At least one at a time in case they double. Okay, it's high roll. Okay, it redeemed itself a bit. It's 30 CV at least. It's hacking low rolls, but it's low rolls, but at 30 CV. So like it's fine. Oh, why is YouTube having an error? Sorry. Is the stream fine on Twitch? Yeah, I think the stream is fine on Twitch. What happened? Okay, sorry. Bruh, what is happening? Okay, I think OBS is working. Yeah, YouTube, calm down, children. You'll be fine. Yes, it's not you. I don't know what is happening on OBS. Why is it encoding overloaded? Why is encoding overloaded? What does that mean? Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. I have no idea what happened there. That's weird. It started when you got the sands. I mean, I assume what happened there is it was related to me clicking record, because I figured it could turn into a short. Encoding overload is when your CPU is taking too much load. For realsies? Is that for real what happened? That actually pisses me off, if so, because like this is a goddamn 9800 X3D. You telling me the 9800 X3D I need like more godforsaken cores? Wait, no, my freaking GPU is doing the encoding. That doesn't make any damn sense. That doesn't make any damned sense. My GPU does the encode, not the freaking CPU. Not that the CPU is doing nothing. But the problem there is like all I did was click the record button. That's gonna become a really annoying problem if I have overloaded encoding errors anytime I try to record. What that means is I'm probably gonna have to go back to not recording 4K. So, anyways, sorry. Hence this continues my. By the way, this continues my path of every single freaking Elixir piece I get is like not bad, but just mid in some way. That's what my vibe for Elixirs is. But the fact that this allows me to not wait. Also, I totally forgot the step that I was going to do, which was that I was going to strongbox for a couple of Roy Cautious pieces before I crafted that. Well, I just jumped the gun because I was jumping the gun. Anyways, it's probably a program error, not because the PC is good enough. Yeah, probably. So, did you fix it by stopping recording? No, I fixed it by stopping recording and I changed another setting. I changed a quality setting. For the encoder, for the stream encoder specifically. So if you haven't noticed the quality drop, then that's fine. Anyways, yeah, right. Look, if the cost of getting a super good, if this gives me a 4-line double crit HP percent, attack percent, or ER, you know, acceptable. I swear to God. It's not a 4-line, but like, if this does give me a double crit, it would be really funny. Because, no, okay. If it gave me a double crit, it would have been really funny because that's exactly what I was saying. I should have done Strongbox in case I got a piece that was relevant before I did the elixirs to save the elixirs. Anyways, I think that we don't need that. So okay, what does my Dia build look like? With, I can tell you that's an artifact that does not enable me to use. Because one consideration I was going to have with C6 Dia is this does give 10% crit rate, right? So, well, specifically to her burst. But anyways, EM timepiece with 2 ER rolls, like no bad rolls there. Like I'm happy with this EM timepiece. It's just just every elixir piece I get is like kind of meh in some way. And it started with a max roll, and then it did like, I think it went 5.4, 7.8. And then it did, I think, like 2 6.2 rolls, I believe is what that was. So this is definitely a quite low roll piece, but it was high roll. It didn't low roll so hard that's not 30 CV. So I guess we take wins. We take wins as they come. So anyways, with EM, an EM timepiece, we're still at 81, 186. This is a pretty a fairly 10 out of 10. The fact that it doesn't glow kind of pisses me off, but that's not actually a fault of the artifact. That is a fault of Mihoyo's stupid system, where it only glows if it matches the recommendations system here, and because EM isn't one of the recommended affixes, then it doesn't. So, anyways, that is an upgrade for Dia. That is an upgrade for Dia. I want to emphasize that. That's a significant upgrade. And it maintains a very healthy crit ratio with C6, right? And with C6, this is 91% crit rate. With, you know, whatever. How much crit damage do you get from this? 15%. After flaming an attack and deals crit hits. So assuming you land your crits. Flaming an attack is her burst, by the way. It's her actual, like, schmacking damage. So 1, 2, it can be extended or triggered it can be triggered every 0.2 seconds. 60%. So after 4 hits. Okay. So after 4 crit hits, you get 60% crit damage. Okay. So it's 80 CV And it also extended her bursts, which is more hits too. So yeah, anyways, I don't know what the average CVU gain from that is. I mean, the average is going to depend on what, you know, your crit is. But with 91% crit rate, this should basically be very close to functionally just additional 60 crit damage. So my dia is after C6 going to be 9240. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. So yeah. Anyways, my dia is complete. We got the last missing piece for her. Will the ER be needed? Honestly, that might be a this ER might be really nice to have come like Stygian Onslaught. So, and then if I need, I have this too for a little bit more ER. There is a question in my head of like re-rolling. If I don't end up needing the ER in Stygian in the future, I might consider re-rolling this to get more crit. Because like getting to 90% crit rate would be kind of satisfying, you know. Like re-roll this and you get, I don't know, these 2 ER rolls go into crit and it high rolls, and then I'm basically at 90% crit rate for 100%. I mean, that'd be kind of nice, you know. Be kind of nice. Arlecchino Crash Oakland was so funny. I'm glad. Anyways, that's a pretty big win for Dia. Let's go. Sick. So let's go into Polearm-only though. Anyway, sorry. Enough Dia content. You know what? With that artifact, I'm gonna solidify the decision. I'm gonna commit now. I'm gonna 100 her. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. I want everything I can to like show what a like fully min-max Dia looks like. Without any crazy wailing. You know. Like this is all just very gradual progression of Dia over time. And like, not that no money contributed to getting her copies, to be clear, because I have had Welkins and battle passes going. That definitely helps. I would have like to be able to save to get C6 Dia without Welkins. I would have had to like skip some of the characters I pulled for this year or whatever, right? Like it still would have been doable. My point is like I want to show what max potential Dia is like, and we'll see. So, I should be starting with 2 Masterless Star Glitter. And again, I think my approach, because I don't really want to wait that long for C6 anyways, I think my approach is I'm going to try to get, because I don't want to wait the 8 weeks. So I think my approach is I'm going to be trying to get 2 copies of Dia on Chronicle Banner, then I get the one from Standard Banner Selector, so I can get to C6 basically right away. I think that's going to be my approach. And we might have to grind a little bit then for C6 Dia to get an extra copy. But it also depends on how the Chronicle Banner goes, right? If I go to Pity on Chronicle Banner, lose to Alhaith. Oh, I just realized. Nilu's on the Chronicle Banner. You know what would be a good circumstance for me? Losing 50-50s. If I lost a 50-50 to Nilu, then I wouldn't have to concern myself with choosing a Nilu copy on the free Constellation dupe thing. So a copy of Nilu from Chronicle Banner functionally is equivalent to a Masterless Star Glitter. In my case. So, anyways. Dia maximum potential soon, TM. Including with the fact that I have C2 at Lolly. I'll be able to, like, basically do every context of, like, maximize potential Dia that is possible. So, anyways. Yep. My Dia is perfect now. That's where it's at. Let's go see what we get for the damage number. Your burst is almost full-ish. And then we'll go to Polearm-only. Loot bar sponsored this man. I mean, I had like 3 different loot bar people reach out to me for 6.0. I did respond to one of them, mostly on the potential of like, I think the stupidity. So I think it would be fine if I made a video of like how much money does it cost to level 100 a character if like you wish on a banner where you already have C6 of a character. So in this case I'd use Yelan, But I'm going to mention that like this would be the more obvious thing that most people would be able to do is like if you already have C6 of a standard banner character and then that standard banner character comes around on a chronicle banner, like if you already have Tignari or Dia C6, right? You could choose to spend money to get copies of Dia in order to use Masterless Starglitter to level up someone. So I'm somewhat tempted to do that so that I can get level 100 Sethos right away. But also I don't know. I don't know how I feel about, even if it's not my money being spent, it's money being spent on Sethos. I don't know how I feel about that. So maybe I would level 100 Lanyon instead, because like level 100 Lanyon is not going to be such a crazy upgrade for Lanyon that it matters that much, right? So I don't know. But point is, I did respond to one of their DMs, but I'm not gonna like say I'm actually gonna get sponsored by them again, because they're a little bit annoying to work with. I'd use the servers, mind you, but like they are a little bit annoying. That's all I can say. Oh, we are killing that too quick. Don't kill it. Spend it on Lisa. Honestly, yeah, maybe. Maybe it is just a spend it on someone I don't actually use moment. It would be funny. Maybe it would be funny. It'd be maybe I do that video and it's like, okay, just because I don't want this disproportionately like being like, you decided to wail to increase Sethos' damage to an unrelatable level. Instead, it'll be like, I'll let the roulette decide. So like, I would just put all the characters on a wheel, spin the wheel, and if the wheel says level 100 Xingqiu, well, I guess I'm level 100 Xingqiu. If it says level 100 Barbara, I guess I'm level 100 Barbara. Actually, Barbara would be good for Kokomi. If it says level 100 Chi-Chi, I guess I'm doing it. Right? I think that would be kind of funny. Just put all the characters I have on a wheel. But anyways, Dia is a case of I don't want to spend any money for level 100. I wanna earn that my own self. And in the worst case scenario, I can do that by it would just like take some time by choosing Masterless Starglitter dupes from the what am I doing? By choosing Masterless Starglitter dupes from the Constellation selector thing through the year. Razor for reaction soup, yeah. So I don't know. I could just cold open the video being like, okay, I don't want people to accuse me of doing this just because I would I would open the video being like, I would really like to level 100 my Lanyon, my blah blah blah, this character, this character, this character, but I don't like the idea of wailing specifically to increase a character's damage that I use a lot, so I'm gonna leave it up to RNG. So here, let's start this video with the character I'm level 100ing is gonna be the one that the roulette picks, and then it'd be like whoever it picks. Even if they're not level 90 right now, I gotta level 90 them to level 100 them. It would be funny. I don't know. But then I'd probably say I'm gonna start the video with that explanation, and then I would be like, we're gonna leave that Gamba to the end. like do the money spending, do the wishing on the banner for C7, C8, and C9 Yelan, and then do the roulette to see what character I actually get level 100. That'd be funny. Anyway, okay, shoot, I like that idea. Crap. But that's only gonna happen if I get a sponsor for it, because I don't want to spend that money. To be clear, that's a freaking waste of money. That's stupid as shit. But I think it's a good video concept. Particularly if like Loot Bar wants to pay for basically all the polls, and I'm gonna tell them, I'd be like, I'm basically throwing these polls in the toilet on my account, hence why you guys gotta pay for it, and I can like show a total on the screen of like, here's how much it would have costed me through Loot Bar, today's sponsor. Like, it's such an obvious, easy integration. So I don't know if they don't want to do that. I can contact the other ones too. Why did you go invisible right away? Oh my god, bro. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a fairly sizable increase. I wonder if I got... sorry. I really want to get distracted playing around with Dia now with this EM timepiece, but it's fine. Anyways, oh, just in case people don't believe me that I get my energy back consistently. Which character gains the least from being level 100? I believe it is EM scalers, funnily enough, because well, the weird thing is though most units that have EM scaling, okay, so you know what, it actually might be Lanyon. Lanyon might be one of the units that gains the least from it. I'm not kidding. Even I want a level 100er. Anyways, it might be EM scalers because you don't get, well, other than Lauma has a base EM stat. Maybe that's why Lauma has base EM, so that she gains more value from level 100. Anyways, so most EM scalers, the thing is like Sethos, Nahida, they still scale with EM in a way that would strongly synergize with them being level 100 because of like the quicken reaction being increased so much. But we're talking like the direct elemental mastery scaling damage in like the multipliers. Those multipliers like don't get that much of a functional increase, right? The reaction bonus gets an increase, but like the 330% EM, because of the fact that level 100 Nahida doesn't increase her EM at all, but it does like increase her attack, you gain less. So that's a situation like Lanyon, for example, is I think actually the worst case scenario because she has EM scaling damage. It's also it's dual scaling though. She does attack scaling and EM scaling. So I don't think she's the worst, probably. Well, I don't know. She might be actually. She might gain the least from level 100 because of that. Because her damage is dual scaling split between EM and attack, and her EM scaling is just straight multiplier scaling and doesn't gain any meaningful value from transformative reactions. So, but yeah, I guess someone like well, the problem is as far as like the damage increase Goro gets for his like burst activation, he scales in defense, and defense scalers actually scale better. So like technically on a percentage increase level, Goro is not the worst, but on a level of how much actual damage is that in practice, it's none. So like, yes, you should not level 100 Goro. It's one of the worst picks because Goro doesn't actually do real damage. But, you know. And if you're doing machine gun Goro, the base attack would help. How dare you make me have that realization? I think it might be Lanyon. I'm not kidding. I think Lanyon on a like it's not the worst because of the fact that Lanyon can do good damage. Like Lanyon is better level 100 than Goro because Lanyon can actually do good damage at a baseline. So a 5% damage increase from 190 to 100 for Lanyon is more actual real damage than level 100 Goro, generally speaking, probably. But on a relative percentage increase from what they are at level 90 for damage potential to what level 100, Lanyon gains less of a percentage increase, I think. And she might gain the lowest percentage increase of anyone in the game for DPS Lanyon. And for like shielding Lanyon, why, right? So as much as I like Lanyon and as much as I personally want to level 100 Lanyon, she might actually be the worst. Which is funny. I hadn't had that realization. That's all. Anyways. Sorry, we're going to go into Polearm-only here shortly. I just want to show that 30 ER does indeed work on this team. Alright, should I do a full run through? If I do a full run through, it's going to be something. Oh, yeah. We don't need to do full run through. I just need to show the ER. Tempted, because it wouldn't take that long. But no. Hold off. Level 100 good for DPS Kirara. It'd be fine. We don't have for sure clarification on whether or not talents are increased by level 100. If talents are increased by level 100, that changes the evaluation of a lot of things. Like, Lanyon gains a lot more, I think, from talent level increases than she would from base stat increases, for example.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
I thought I was on Dia for some reason.
Care for a dance? Dance with me! The show's over. Not done yet. At least.
Wait, how did I get my energy back on you? Normally I do. Okay, my bad. I didn't even funnel particles there, and I got my energy back. Like, so the ER is honestly a dead stat on C4 Dia in this team. Which is crazy, but... But it'll still be really... It's almost assuredly going to be still really nice to have for Stygian Onslaught, so like, I don't have any qualms with having the ER. It's not actually a real problem. That works. I didn't funnel particles. I didn't trigger a fab, but anyways. Alright. Also just realized I had the wrong YouTube chat window and it was broken. Thought people weren't chatting, but it just was broken. So, why Chevrolet? She's better than Bennett there. I'll probably have a video soon. But you can go check out my stream where I talked about the team more. It was the dire difficulty stream. I didn't clear in that stream, but I linked in the pinned comment a dire difficulty clear. And with this EM timepiece with C4, I am willing to bet... I don't know, I might try clearing dire difficulty again with this EM timepiece. And a little bit reconfigure builds, but... for the other units. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. It's not just the damage bonus buff from C6 Chevrolet, it's also the healing from C6 Chevrolet. But even like Chevrolet is still compelling for this team even without C6 because 40% team-wide attack is pretty good at a baseline. But yeah, you definitely want C6. I'm pretty sure Bennett is better in this team than Chevrolet pre C6. And I will say I'm quite confident, having played this team a lot in dire difficulty. I found that one of the things I had to optimize in my dire difficulty clear was fanfare, for fanfare generation from Chevr's healing. So like by having like the healing going at certain times when I was like switching to characters, on top of like optimizing energy, it was a kind of a nightmare of optimization that most people are not going to be willing to do. But I had to optimize fanfare with a C2 Frina. I didn't have, well, okay. It was optimal to optimize my fanfare a little bit with the C2 Frina, which is the first time I've ever had to optimize fanfare with C2 Frina. So like, it wasn't just automatically max buff like C2 Frina often is. And that means with a non-C2 Frina, you are going to want to optimize your fanfare generation. But if you go to the previous stream, I believe I have linked the Reddit thread that goes over like fanfare simulation, but with a non-C2 Frina. This team with C0 Frina, C0 Nefa on Contain, a C1 Dia on Rain Slasher, and a Chevrolet C6 on Song of Days Past, like my Chevrolet is. Calcs at like 80k, 82k DPS with a high investment Dia build. It was not KQM standards. But like 80k DPS is pretty damn good. So, anyways. Oh, I still don't have my shortcut set up for the thing. Oops. So I put that up quick. Let's go on to the other accounts. Gotten a little bit too distracted yapping here. How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours. Jesus Christ. Wow. Good job, me. 2 hours on my main account is kind of insane because Polearm-only sometimes takes a while. C4 Dia will help with fanfare generation? In what way? It's not a turtle? Okay, look. Turtle pause. Browse images. Pictures. Frick, where is it? Stream. There we go. There you go. Happy? I'm trying to decide. I mean, I think it looks better like this, but then my chat is actually going to be like above it, like this. So, yeah, I think that's appropriate. There you go. Anyways. Oops. You're welcome. Okay. Wait. Present. Do I... This account. What? Oh, wait. Okay. This won't last long. I went to finish this freaking event over the weekend on Polearm-only. I basically just lost a wish because of the fact that, oh, the stupid photo event expects you to have done the like 3-4 hour freaking quest to unlock this area. One of the photo events ends here. And like if you can't go here, you just basically lose like 180 primos. Because you can't complete the photo event. Like, bruh. Like, I already completed this freaking quest on 2 other accounts. I did not want to do it again on Polearm-only. Like, come on. Frick you, Mahoyo. So, anyways. Let's go. What's my Flynn's resource situation looking at? That. I mean, if they release another character right after Flynn's that's Polearm as a surprise, it could be a pain in the ass. So, I don't know. Doesn't matter? Probably not, honestly. But I'm just going to condense my risk because I don't feel like thinking about it. All right. Oh, and on top of that, by the way, before I got locked out of being able to complete it because of not doing the new area. I'm not saying I'm never going to do the new area. I will eventually. But there was the Shao photo that was over here. There was an NPC quest that technically involved Shao very briefly. That also dealt with this house. And I had to do like a 5-10 minute NPC quest before I could like take the stupid photo for the event too. I was like, oh my god. Like bruh. This is why this game has conditioned me to not accept any side quests. It's just oh, anyways. Claim my dailies. Get on to theater. So yeah, anyways, I don't know. We might not be able to do theater visionary mode on Polearm-only right now. I mean, that's the real reason to go do ley lines, honestly, is to be able to level up characters to challenge theater. For anyone that's not aware, on Polearm-only, I always, you know, I have to select non-Polearm characters to challenge the mode, of course, but I don't actually have to switch to them and use them in combat. So that has always been the policy for theater, is they are selected for the teams, for the compositions, but I'm not allowed to switch to them. If I accidentally switch to them, it's a reset, right? And every single time I've been able to challenge theater, I've been able to clear theater. And I even got like full stars on a visionary clear on a recent one. I don't remember which one it was, but it is doable, but it's a weird puzzle sometimes. And in this case, Pyro, Hydro, Dendra is a weird combination, especially when 2 of our Pyro units are used from the default, which means we have less total characters to select. But anyways, we'll go there very shortly. But importantly, we have Blat and Blat. Got Gamba. We got Gamba. We're gonna get a 4-star. Oh, we're gonna immediately get a 4-star. I would like a Fab Lance, because I could always use more Fab Lances. Or a C6 Rosaria. Oh, we're getting close to pity. Okay. Was this C6 Gene, or was this, I wonder. Does anyone remember? I don't know. So like I have for some reason on this account I have like no standard 5-star over C2 except Jean who is C6. And I don't remember if this was a C6 Gene, if this was C6 Gene, or if this was C7 or C8 Gene. So I might log in on Polearm-only and immediately get master list from that, or I might not. I'm gonna get one master list from C7 Arlecchino, which is funny. It's funny that in hindsight that was an even more optimal decision. Anyways, so we're not quite at pity, but we're getting close to pity. Sick. Ideal weapon for Polearm-only. Oh, hello, random Eva. Hello, that's a bunch of early 4-stars, Jesus. If only that was Rosaria C6. Surprise Yao Yao. Every time I get Yao Yao now, I'm kind of just like, wow. It just reminds me of how I purposely wished on Shao banner for C6 Yao Yao, because at the time I thought it made sense to get more Dendro application out, because one of the main team archetypes I had available for like potentially clearing content was Hyperbloom Raiden with Yao Yao Candice, and having extra Dendro application from C6 Yao Yao potentially mattered, and I think that was a correct decision at the time, except, you know, yeah, I didn't know about the Arlecchinoing of that, the Arlecchino, the Chevreuse, all the really strong units that would come out over the future for Polearm-only that would transition Polearm-only very much away from Hyperbloom being relevant. And that caused me to get C2 Shao. Like, that was a lot of wasted pulls, is the point. And I've gotten many a dupe of Yao Yao randomly since then that I probably could have completely not wished on that banner and gotten C6 Yao Yao anyways, so... but now it's a refund, and that's cool, I guess. So we'll take it. It's a free wish. It converted itself to a limited wish. Any Lauma Yao Yao synergy? Yeah. I think there's a very I think there's a, well, we don't know what Columbina's kit is, but like I think there's a good chance that like Nilu's best team might become Nilu, Lauma, the Columbina, and a Dendro healer, which might be Yao Yao. So, you know, anyways. Yes, old leader will stay. The point of the title was to be like, things are changing, except for not really. Things are only changing if you already have enough characters to deal with it in the first point. Baiju? No, Yao Yao heals more than Baiju. And she also applies more danger than Baiju. so to be clear, I think Baiju is technically better. Technically. But how much that will matter will depend on what Columbina's kit does. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyways. Let's go to theater. See what nightmare awaits us. Not a nightmare usually. It's usually just an interesting puzzle. Right now I cannot say I'm in a puzzly mood, mostly because if you've been watching my streams lately, you might know how I mentioned I needed to go shopping to get like food and other things. And I haven't done that yet. And I've like basically run out of food. And it's also Labor Day in the US. And Labor Day... Oh, we can do visionary mode. Oh dear. Oh, I'm gonna run out of food. Because I don't think I really want to go shopping at 7 p.m. It's 2 p.m. right now, by the way. And it might take until 7 p.m. to finish this. This is the last visionary. It's not the last visionary, it's the last time visionary is the highest difficulty. Imagine Soul needing food for how much he doesn't crave it, right? Like, I have, I think, like, a total of 5 granola bars, 2 or 3 meal replacement drinks and 3 apples and then like some iced tea. That's how much food I have left. No, I lied. I have some carrots too. Like I could survive today without shopping, which is probably what's gonna happen. I'll probably go tomorrow morning. Anyways, but like I should have gone shopping like 3 days ago. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm just computing the difficulty of this. So we start with Tomers and Hu Tao. Should we put Hu Tao on Chimanovas? We might have to. No, we probably don't have to because we probably use Hu Tao right away, right? So we gotta do what we always have to do. We gotta map things out. So having a Nefa and Eons on as the selector thing is a pretty big deal. So what are our total usable characters? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 total usable characters, and 10 total chambers. So this should be a doable one. So we got Emily plus Shivers, Emily plus Xiangling, Inefa plus Candace clears 2. Arlecchino clears 2. Arlecchino clears. Hu Tao clears 2. Okay, this actually might be easy. I think actually this might be one of the easiest visionary modes for Polearm-only. I might have been exaggerating the difficulty here, because like we Hu Tao for the first 2. But let's map out a little bit. We Hu Tao. Okay, so we. Sorry. Let's just select the units. Only one character passed. Okay. So let's map out what the ideal is. So Hu Tao. And then let's say Emily, just Emily plus one of the pyros is probably fine here. Literally any of them. Ideally though, not Arlecchino. So just Hu Tao for first 2 chambers, and then like Emily, we'll say Emily Toma these 2 chambers. Or no, we'll just say Emily Toma here. Wait, frick, who do we have for healing? Oh, we need Yao Yao. Okay, so we need Yao Yao for. I don't think you star with just a healer on their own, by the way, for this, but we can just get through it with just Yao Yao on our own, I believe. And I'm not too concerned with getting all stars. I would like to get stars if I can, like 9 stars for the elixir. It'd be cool. But I'm not gonna stress it that much. So the ideal would be trying to get star for everything except for the healing mode, because we can just do Yao Yao alone for the healing mode. Anyways, so like, oops. Mapping this out. Hu Tao, Yao Yao, Emily Toma. So let's say Hu Tao, Emily Toma, Yao Yao, Arlecchino. Oh, sorry. Let's do. We'll say Emily for the last boss too, even though I think it might not be necessary. So Hu Tao, Arlecchino can get through 2. So Hu Tao, Arlecchino. And then we have Emily plus someone else, some pyro. So Emily Pyro. And then we have Yao Yao, and then we have 3 in between chambers to figure out. And we have a Nefa Candace for 2 of those. And we have Eons on as a buffer flexibly. And we have Xiangling. This should be easy. This should actually be one of the easiest Polearm-only theaters to clear. Okay. I built C6 flowers on. Most people put her on tenacity. But you want like crit on her. You can get meaningfully more value by having a bunch of damage built on Farzan. But you can also do two-piece combos. You can do other combos, whatever. Okay. We'll see if Hu Tao, if we need to exit out here, we'll see if Hu Tao needs to have a build changed. Or the other units. Because we could min-max Anefa damage value more if we need, but I think we just use the Anefa Candace combo to clear some of the random in-between chambers, ideally. And then we save Emily, Arlecchino for like bosses and whatever. What do we do for the Kinky boss though? That's a good question. I think we need to. Question is, I wonder if Emily is Lytoma alone enough to get through the Pyro boss at the end with a star. I don't know. I might have to save Arlecchino for it. We'll see. Okay. Let's just go through it. Getting some companions to start is a good thing though. Yes, both of those are good options. Oh yeah, Shivers can also be used. Duh. Shivers can also be used for the healing thing. And Nefa is obviously good. I probably should have chosen the Dender thing first, not about it, but oh well. Choose a buff already, maybe? Do I? I don't think I do, because I don't have that many Dender options. And the Yaya is going to have to be saved for at least one. No, I think I saved some of my resources for now. Okay. Hu Tao can handle this. Oh my god, dash cancel. Oh, I should have saved my E, I guess. Fine, we got through it. Stamina. No. Okay. Yeah, Hu Tao on MH is definitely not ideal here, but that's fine. Yeah, here's what you choose earlier. Okay. This is only good if I need it now. This is going to be better long term. Companion invite. Interesting. We already have a Nefa Candace combo. Okay. That can get through Kinkies. Alright.
Are you in
Do it.
danger?
I think. At least. We'll see. Alright. That's fine. Okay, these are the same thing, basically. There's different enemies. I don't know which one of them might be more annoying, I'm not sure. But. Ooh, we're actually gonna run into a we're gonna run into a problem that sometimes happens on Polearm-only, where I run out of fodder characters. I actually need some fodder characters next. Okay. Get them to group. What? Why did you move over there? How the hell did that happen? Why do you move over there? I was really hoping to get through both of them at the same time, but gosh, okay, these are a little bit scary actually. Shoot. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? I chose the wrong things. I definitely chose the wrong things. We had, oh no. We had a good start with the characters we've gotten, I think. Okay, I might have to use Toma here. This freaking homing attacks. Bruh, I need to use Toma. I don't know there's a way I can do this without Toma. Frick. That's a mistake. Mistake that definitely might matter. It might not, though. Okay. Man, frick it. That's right. Oh, frick. No, no! Oh, it might be doable without Toma. What 5-star constellations you're picking on this account? On Polearm-only? Jean and Jean. Because I have Jean C6 already. So I'll pick Jean, and I'll pick Jean, and I'll pick Jean. Well, I can like do that twice. After Jean, like who do I pick? I don't know. I probably still pick standard banner characters because Xiao C3 is useless. Hu Tao C2 is basically useless. Shenhe C3. Actually, no, sorry. I picked Shenhe C3. So it'll probably be... depending on if I get any extra star glitter, like I don't know actually what my Jean's full constellation is at. Was Sino on the list? I guess Sino talent levels would be fine to pick, yeah. So like I may as well. But arguably I think it would be better to progress toward after picking Jean. For sure for his masterless, it's gonna be Shenhe C3 will be nice. And then yeah, Sino does something. But Xiao's and Hu Tao's are basically useless. So what? Why are you over here? Bruh, it's so hard to avoid those damages. That damage. You know what I need to do? Wait. I just realized I'm stupid. Who to level 100 on this account? I don't know. I'm gonna wait until. There's a possibility that being able to level 100 Raiden could, or Inefa actually, or Flens actually, could be what enables me to get through, or Arlecchino, could be what enables me to get through dire difficulty. So I gotta play around with my teams for dire difficulty on the next Stygian. Because if I can do a dire difficulty clear on Polearm-only, that'd be pretty cool. But it might actually necessitate smartly utilizing the master list for particular units. Okay. That. This is why it's that. Disable them for a little bit. Got it. Alright, sick. Sino's on the list too. Yeah, but he also gains like nothing from Constellation, so it's, I don't know. Like yes, but anyways, fodder character, that's fine. Okay. 2 mystery caches, let's go. Actually, the 1 mystery cache might disappear. No more alternate cache. I mean, this might be good because give us more flexibility here. I think this is probably better, but okay, Dendro. Actually, do we choose Emily now? I think we do.
I'm quite flattered.
And we'll choose random. Okay, I think we might choose Diluc here. Just because we want to have options for fodder characters.
Let's go.
Xiangling's good, but I don't think we need Xiangling now. Not with having the option to do Toma. We can do both Toma-Emily combo, we have Yao Yao, and we can do Candace and Neffa combo. Like, we got pretty good combos, and I kind of need fodder. So, yeah. Right now we have enough for 2 fodder chambers if we want a solo, which we don't necessarily need a solo. So, that's good. But anyways. For Magu Kinky here, I think we're going to try to see if we can just do Candace and Neffa alone. So yeah, Baijin Polearm-only. Chronicle Banner. He is a 50-50 loss. Do I... Yeah, I use one of the... Yeah. Right. Shoot. Just kind of not feeling like the damage I need. Damn. That's what I was not hoping for. Kind of thought that would happen because of the fact. Oh, I really should have put a Neffa on a higher damage build. I didn't think about that properly. Like if a Neffa was on Staffless Carl Sands here, frick me. Is it doable still? It might still be doable, but oh god. Maybe the play is use Yao Yao. Do some Hyper Bloom Neffa. Cause like we're really close. We're really close. Okay. Let's we're gonna do a couple attempts without Yao Yao. And then we'll switch to Yao Yao if we need. Wanna come over here? Yeah, the one dude not coming over here is kind of disappointing, I think. Ah, I so badly wish I put a Neffa on a higher damage build. Crap. She's on her more buffing build focus right now. Oh man. You can see, like, I think it's theoretically doable. I think it's theoretically doable with a really good grouping to just do these two. Oh. No, and Neffa does not have cons. She's on Fab right now too. Again, supportive oriented build. Like, to be clear, it's a really good build on a Neffa. Like, I actually don't know if I would even change really anything other than just the weapon on her, because of how good her tenacity artifacts are. But maybe the goblet. But let's mess around a little bit with if we can control that initial zoop at all. I feel like we can't. It's gonna do the zoop, right? But what if we start over here? Maybe this will get them grouped sooner. Well, he did that attack. That does not group him. No, we need him to, yeah, we need him to RP walk to us. What happens if we attack? Oh wait. Attack the enemy one and the other two should group? Isn't that what we just did? Save that. The one is too far away. Or a little bit better, but it takes so long for them to like actually properly group. Yeah, it's not very good. Damn. Oh. The question is, how important is saving Yayo? Like, Yayo being saved, and like Yayo in conjunction with some of the theater buffs can potentially get through a chamber, right? But we have enough characters available. I think it shouldn't be completely necessary to save Yayo. Bro, why are you doing nothing? Do you see this dude just standing there doing literally nothing? He literally was just standing there. He wasn't walking towards me. He was literally standing there for 15 seconds. I should just use Yayo. He's watching. Yeah, he's one of you guys. Oh, I forgot to get my yeah before getting smacked. Okay, well, yep. We're gonna save her burst a little bit here. One dude is not here yet. Bro, come over here. Okay, no, the one, it is not just as simple as attacking the animal one groups them. It's pretty RNG. I do want to see what happens quick if I do run to you. I frame that. Oh, you just F off to the other sentry. Okay. Cool. Honestly, I feel like just attacking the middle one was the strat. There's the animal one running away. Don't. They're all a little bit ungrouped now. I've hit all of them there though. Another one, please. We're so close. No, we're so close. It's so doable. Do I do it? Or do we just use the IO? Paimon reference in the new Seed trailer? Was there? I missed it. Inefa Candace. Emily Toma. I don't know if Emily can solo this thing on her own. Like, I do have a C3 Emily, mind you. Like, she might be able to. We have Defense Monolith next. So, like, we need to have a fodder polearm character for the Defense Monolith. Like, and honestly, if we can like save Yao for here and Yao for here for the Defense Monolith, Chevreuse would be acceptable too, I think, because if we had Chevreuse available here, we would just use Chevreuse actually, and then we get Chevreuse buff, and we'd be golden. But we do not. So anyways, like, Chevreuse or Yao fodder here. Yao is who we have available. So that would be why we need Yao for the next thing. Is because if we don't have Yao available to fodder for the defense monolith, then we need to fodder someone else for defense monolith, which would be Toma probably. And it's probably fine because we could still have Emily Xiangling combo. We still have freaking Eon Son to use at some point too to get extra damage out of something. So like Yao, Emily Xiangling, Yao, Emily Xiangling, Arlecchino. And then we have something in between here, which could be an Inefa Candace. And then Toma's spare. It should be fine to use Yao. Because Toma shouldn't be necessary. Like, he's nice to have for defensive utility, but not a need to have. Right? So let's just use Yao. I think it's fine. And this saves fodder characters too. Like, there is the advantage of that. What? We didn't clear. Oh my god. Freaking, ugh. The only reason we didn't clear was, oh my god. The only reason we didn't clear was stupid RNG. Not RNG, but like, the timing on when Inefa's procs happen is just slow, and it's annoying. Anyways.
gonna clear either. This one just went a lot worse than the previous one. Okay. Oh my gosh. Is Yayo enough? Yeah, Yayo's very much enough. Bruh, group together more! Okay, now I might just try to attack the animal one, I guess. Bro, animal asshole. You have another healer for way up? Yayo. We don't need to use Yayo. We're not using 2 Yayos here. We do have Shepherdess if we need, but Shepherdess is not going to be preferable, I think, for it versus Yayo. Bruh, attacking the animal one does not group them properly. I think you have to attack the middle one. For some reason, he just stays his ass still 90% of the time. Emily cancel a level dragon? Okay. With a star? Other buttholes, come over here, please. Please. Oh my god. No, I'm not going to frickin' abuse resonances. I just click whatever frickin' character I choose for the last slot. Do resonances sometimes have an effect? Yes. I'm not going to go out of my way to avoid resonances, but I'm not going to abuse resonances if I don't have to. That is using non-Polearm characters. If I don't have to use non-Polearm characters in any way, shape, or form, I don't use them. I can't avoid them to some degree, but unless it is utterly necessary, I am not going to use resonances. I should be leaving Neffa on field more. Well, no, I don't need to leave Neffa on field more. She gets her EM buff off field for herself. God dang it. God dang it. Ah. It's less annoying than the friggin' actually, I don't know. Is it that much? The question is this less annoying than using without Candace? Whoever we were using before. I think we technically had Pyro Resonance before, which again wasn't intentional. I just choose whoever, but you know. No. How are you full health, by the way? Like, what? How? One of you is full health. Bruh. Hug the animal one. I've tried that like 4 times and it doesn't help. Like, middle asshole just sits his ass still and does nothing the whole time. It's probably gonna worry this time though. Now look at me hugging the animal one, and this dumbass over there doing nothing. They're pushing me towards him, which is a little fortunate, but... Like, look, it doesn't work. He does nothing. You have to attack this one. Three. I need to pay attention to which one is which, because I think I could have done it that time. Maybe if I had transitioned to targeting the ice one, but I wasn't sure which one was which. No, Frost is the blue one. Frost is the blue one. Remember that. Okay. Bruh, it's actually insane that this is this annoying to optimize. I'm gonna freaking... but then that feel like it's using resonance then if I go back to what it was before, because I didn't consciously choose the power resonance, because I think that we had selected the loop, right? I didn't consciously choose the power resonance before, but now going back to it makes me feel like I am consciously choosing the power resonance. So, ugh. Ugh. just run away. No, he didn't. My chair's rolling away. Oops, because I pushed my chair back. I just fell out of my chair because I'm a dumbass. I'm gonna drink. I need my water bottle. I need my water bottle. BRB. Da, da, da. If I also, I actually didn't verify that freaking Yaoyao is on 4P's Deepwood or not. That might be a factor. Now that I think about it. Please tell me she is. Okay. Okay, I found there's multiple problems we've found. Inefa could have been on Staff of Scarlet Sands. Like, bursting of a rotation versus Staff of Scarlet Sands, I think Staff of Scarlet Sands would have been better. Especially with an EM Goblet for Hyper Bloom damage. And then not having, you know, Deepwood is a little not ideal. It's because she never gets used anymore, and I didn't think about it. It's because I think freaking unironically, I think Zhongli stole her artifacts, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. Maybe we just go back to optimizing without Yo-Yo. How does the blue one have so much health? Dang frickin' RNG targeting. Drink water. I did just drink water. I just drank water, but fine, I'll drink again. Plan of C6ing still stand? Yes. That plan was 99.9% going to happen before they announced the Constellation thingy and level 100. Now the plan is level 100. I am committed to Dia. Yeah, the targeting RNG is pain. Far away. Why did you do that attack? You freaking butthole. Lay Burgeon. You know what? Frick it. I'll try it. It's not Burgeon. Sorry. I'm not doing 4 characters. I'm not doing that. That is too many. I need to conserve characters. But I was willing to put in Toma to see what happens. I think Toma helps. I think Toma helps because there's a little bit of additional vaporized damage and overload damage. So, yep, you know what? It's not Virgin, but your heart was in the right place with using Toma. For you. Get my chair back in position. All right. It's just the Toma getting baked most of the time. If Toma was on a Staff Scarlet Sands build. Ah. Man, why? Why is everything I'm trying 2 centimeters away? Why is he not using a bayonet? Polearm-only! Sorry, I know you didn't know. I'm annoyed at that. I'm annoyed at Kinky right now, not at you. Wait, that's the wrong one. This is the one that had no health. Okay, or had no damage. It's not really that much better than just not using Toma. How little I am seeing fab triggers on that is trying to drive me insane. I think it's because I have an R1 500 to be able to clear, but... why didn't I freaking put a stronger build on Nappa? No, we'll use Toma at least. Still upset about Aino being second half. Yeah, it is a little bit annoying. But it makes sense to be clear that she's with Twins, so it's like fine, but also annoying. Did it hit all 3? It did. Okay, that's good. How come the blue one is taking no damage? You've been grouped up. Now the one bro is just standing over there. Oh, the stars. The stars are so painful. Imagine if we were in the reality where we didn't care about the stars still. If we were in that reality, we could just be free. I didn't land him. Where's the other one? All the way over there. Bro, Animal One, please stay over here. What are you doing? Oh, okay. At this point, I've tried this so long, I am leaning towards redoing the first two chambers, but like getting a Nefa and Candace here at the start is quite lucky. It's like I feel like we're not gonna replicate the start in the same way with the characters available. This is Polearm-only. Level 3. Yeah. Bro is just staring at us. Bro is just staring at us. Sorry, wanted to blow my nose. Oh boy. Sticks only indeed. Do Emily or something? I feel like Emily is a bad idea to use because of how Emily should trivialize both Papilla and this boss. That's the main reason why. Also, you know what I just remembered? I skipped Xiangling. I skipped Xiangling over a fodder character because I thought I wouldn't need Xiangling. Oh, I think she would have been nice to have. Maybe. I don't know. She might have actually applied too much pyro. That might have made a Nefa not function here. Good luck with the healing boss. The healing boss is the one I'm fine with not starring. No, I'm gonna try. Okay. Kind of works. The idea there is to get a bunch of fab particles for Anetha's burst first. And to hopefully hit with her burst at the start. And it did, but it didn't do that much damage. Why are we only doing damage to the middle one somehow? How did that happen? Where's the cookie down? Okay. Do I go back to Yaoyo? I think Yaoyo might have been better than Toma. I don't know, they all feel equally blech. And if only we had gotten that clear with that, like, one or two that were really close without either of them. Oh. Just do either and whatever. Yeah, not having Yaoyo on Deepwood. Oh, not having Yaoyo on Deepwood. Why? Why did I not just check? I forgot Yaoyo existed. That's why, to be honest. But I was just like, I need Yaoyo for being a healer. It doesn't matter. It does matter. She does more than healing. Why? Why every time? Will Yaoyo be enough for the healing boss? Yeah. She should. Reset her. Bad. Enjoy resonance? No, I refuse. I also don't think it would really help. It's not that meaningful. But it wouldn't hurt, mind you. I think Yaoyo burst might be actively harmful. I'm not sure though. I think it applies too much Dendro, and it ends up overtaking the electric charge. I changed Banner for Baiju for Dender Resonance. I think purposely abusing resonances is not in the spirit of Polearm-only. I can't avoid them sometimes, so it's not against the rules because it's literally impossible to avoid them. It would be insanity for me to say no, I'm literally never allowed to use resonances, because then I have to start using particular combos of characters for the team to avoid. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to avoid resonances, but I also really don't want to purposely try to abuse them. And it's definitely not necessary here. If it makes a difference for science, sure. Okay, yeah, just get interrupted infinitely, sure, yeah. Also, does Baiju passive... Wait, question. Does Baiju passive work if you don't activate his abilities? If he is, he's extra banned here. I think you have to activate Baiju's abilities for his passive to work. Once you have the seed. It doesn't really fundamentally change the experience here. Like, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't hurt. It can't hurt. I have to activate burst. Okay, that's what it was. That's what I thought. Also, the other reason to use Diluc here versus Baiju is because Baiju's at 1 tick. So, being that we oftentimes need to do combos of 2 or 3 fodder characters on Polearm-only, saving, not using the ones that are going to go away is potentially a good thing sometimes. A lot of times it doesn't matter. Sometimes it does, though. It's only characters he heals. Okay, so that's how. So C2 does activate his passive, but he needs to heal for it. I see. I don't know if it's worth waiting to use that burst. I don't think it is. When the new difficulty on Polearm-only might be impossible? Yeah. No, it might be. With stars. Without stars, it'll be possible. It just depends on what the theater is. Like this theater without stars on the new difficulty, if I had all the other Potter characters available, would be doable. I'm pretty certain, but probably a pain in the ass. I forgot I was going to start with, god dang it, ring. You know what, I'm gonna reorient the team. I don't know if starting with Yo-Yo actually matters, but please. Not grouped up enough. Why am I even attempting? I'm done. We're re-equipping. Then watch this does not matter because we're just gonna get completely different characters. And it's just gonna be literally irrelevant. Forget that goblin. Wait, no, we can't use this. What? Really? Bruh. Sorry, I gotta point out how this is not sparkly. It's not. ER is not here. People, you are building your NFA wrong. You are building your NFA wrong. Whatever. Anyways. To be clear, we're probably gonna go with a not first every rotation in NFA. Alright, had a sneeze that came out of nowhere. Okay. I need an EM goblet with just sort by EM goblets. Crit damage with a whole bunch of ER. That's probably what we're gonna use. Okay. Oh, that's pretty dang good actually. I'm gonna bias towards the ER. Okay. Okay. Crit damage, ER, crit rage. Okay. Okay. 99, 194, 154. 373 EM. Okay. I think that's fine. She's gonna buff the on-fielder's EM less, but that probably doesn't matter. Is there anyone else we need to do? And performance. Should we do Hu Tao? Probably. We can change artifacts to 19? No, I have to end my attempt. Which means I'm not gonna get the same freaking units. So this might, these changes may literally not matter because I don't have the same characters. But it is what it is. No, I want my hotel. I don't remember what your build was. Is that better than this piece? No. Yes? No. What? Why is that HP? Okay. Shelling is on that. Okay. I don't like stealing Shenling's goblet. What does it look like with that though? No. No is what that looks like. Alright. Go with that. Probably not ideal, but it should be better than what I had before. I think. I don't, well, Problem is, Shima now is as frickin' Shima is, and that means I'm not bursting as much, so it will be funny if I have to redo this because of that. You should be fine, you should be fine, you should be fine, you're fine, you're fine, you should be fine, you should be fine, and everyone else is not a Polearm character. Okay. 4-star speculation for first step. They actually showed it. It's Kave, Barbara, Kuki. Okay, water character is fine. Okay. Good brother. Oh, these both suck. That was not great in AoE indeed. Okay, well. Of course, there's wooden shield buttholes. I didn't even know that. Bruh. Bro, your freaking shield, frick you. Bruh. There's another enemy after this. Oh my god. Bruh, the shields were just no. No. End this attempt. End that attempt. I refuse.
Just sharpen my spear.
Bruh, can you just give me the way up? The relevancy of choosing one particular character here completely depends on who we get for other units. Like, we could just choose Arlecchino and then trivialize 2 chambers for sure, right? And that might be the play, unironically. I don't know. No, I have all Polearm characters.
This will
Choose
be
that.
a productive
Whatever. We'll try it.
partnership.
Hey, we got the way up. Okay. Oh, I accidentally did Hydra. I did Hydra Resonance. I apologize. It doesn't matter. Get some stamina back. Wham. Alright. Okay. This is companion event. So only when I select companions from the main screen. I actually think this might be better. Do we go full on into being able to re-roll mystery caches and having 3 choices? Alright, sure. Gambit for the long term, I guess. Hu Tao can solo this. Actually, unironically, do I save Hu Tao for the... No, I don't. Wait. Okay. So it's either use Arlecchino next, or we could try to use Hu Tao. You think Hu Tao can get triple Kinkis on her own? Probably not. It'd have to be like Hu Tao Toma, I mean. I don't think Hu Tao Toma can. Let's either use solo Hu Tao here, or we could like try to do something with Xiangling, but no, I think... Yeah, okay. We're gonna not have fodder character for next if we want to use Arlecchino. It's annoying. Oh, we'll find out. We might not have. These things insta die, by the way, with enough pyro application. Whoops. I think we'll kill them before, though. Ah, frick you! Bruh. Cannot dodge. I was trying to dodge. Okay. Polearm's only was 3 years old in May of this year. Okay, fodder character. That probably gives Candace. Unless we get unlucky. Yeah. Okay.
I promise to keep you safe.
Fodder character.
Just what will we come across this time?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is better. We could redraw, but I think it's fine. It will never trigger that. This is interesting. I think this is best. Okay. Cool. Thanks. Alright. What do we have now, by the way? We don't have Yao-Yao. We do have Xiangling. We're gonna see what happens with the Nefa Candace again. But now that Anefa has a different build. And again, she's probably going to burst every other rotation, but that's fine. That's gross. I just noticed. My sneeze earlier did not all get caught in the what I blew into. So there's some mucus on my shirt. Gross. Disgusting. That's why I don't have a camera. Imagine if I had a camera, there would have been freaking snot on my shirt for like 30 minutes. Disgusting. Anyways. Cleaned up now. And you're welcome for telling you that. I very much had to. Okay, so the smart, yeah, I know this is Pyro Resonance, but the smart play I think is not using one of these two. So, you know, I'm gonna do that. Is that one? It is. We still need good grouping, mind you. Can't do shit about that. Okay, no, this is way terrible grouping. Okay. Looking over there. One waddling way. Yeah. Case in point, would have been good to have enough on a damage build. Alright, should have done that earlier. Apologize. I do want fodder characters, but I think it would be nice to have shivers. Who do we fodder here? Plan out a route a little bit here, so we either fodder Toma or shivers here. I think we fought our Chevreuse. The logic being the only context in which Chevreuse makes sense elsewise is Chevreuse in combo with Anefa Candace. And we can try to save that. Like we might be able to do Chevreuse and Anefa Candace for the way up. That's kind of my thinking, at least. So yeah, but it would be nice. We have to sacrifice 3 of our fodder units though for this too, which is not ideal. But I don't really have any other choice right now. I could reroll, but I don't think so because we have a good enemy here anyways. Okay. Mode of theater are we doing? Visionary. Visionary on Polearm-only right now. I did my main account earlier if you want to rewind the stream. But... okay. Doesn't matter who we choose. Doesn't matter. Hello, friend. Pay attention to me. And, well, how's it going, chat? Been 3 minutes. Did you enjoy my, getting lost trying to clear the previous one? Clearly, I should have just restarted. And now we have Yaoyo on Deepwood, which could be impactful, or it might not matter at all. But the Anefa change probably mattered, so... and might matter for Future Chamber here still, so I probably should have just done that. I don't know. When I did that initially, I did not think it was gonna be at... Brain, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. When I did that change initially, I did not think it was going to be when I kept on trying at it, I did not think it was going to be as difficult as it was once I started using Yaoyo, but it obviously was. And again, if Yaoyo was on Deep, it wouldn't have been a problem. But anyways, Staff of Scarlet Sands, I'd say it's still very good. but I don't know. Like, I think you still consider pulling it for like the hybrid Raiden context. I still think that's a real thing, and I think with Lauma, like with new units releasing, I haven't played Lauma with hybrid Raiden yet or anything, right? But it shouldn't be. She should be decent. I don't think hybrid Raiden. The weird thing with Lauma for hybrid Raiden is Lauma's more focused on bloom damage, and hybrid Raiden inherently is a balance of you purposely sacrifice a little bit of bloom damage in favor of doing some talent damage, and that means I'm not actually confident if I don't know if hybrid hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands with a good build, right, can commonly perform better than hybrid bloom Raiden does, but it depends on like what exact team context you're comparing. So I don't know. Anyways, like, point being, if you want to burst on Raiden and still get good Raiden talent damage, I do think Staff of Scarlet Sands is relevant for Raiden, and so is potentially Lauma. But like, I think Lauma is by far the best Dendro option we've gotten potentially for hybrid Raiden, and probably is going to be the best option we have for a C0 character for hybrid Raiden, and only maybe gets beaten by a C2 Nahida. Maybe it's possible. It's possible that Lauma beats C2 Nahida for hybrid Raiden. I don't even know. Haven't tried it yet, but I don't know. I think it's still relevant. And then contexts like Staff of Scarlet Sands being pretty good on many other Polearm units. It can be really good for Arlecchino. It can be really good on Nefa. It can be really good for Flynn. It can be, ignore that. Doesn't matter. It can be really good on Flynn's. Yada yada. Right. Yeah, Lauma tends to be about 30 to 40% DPS increase in bloom teams. Yes. But those are specifically like a very bloom focused team, right? So there's a difference. Hybrid Raiden is inherently a less bloom focused team, so it's weird. But like, the fact of the matter is, like, the additive damage buff from Lauma might functionally make it so it bridges the gap between Hyper Bloom, like full Hyper Bloom, and Hybrid Raiden, if you have access to Hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands at least, even more. So I don't know. Like, Lauma might be really, really good for Hybrid Raiden, or it might make you feel more pushed towards just doing Hyper Bloom Raiden. I'm not sure. That's the question. Yes, we should choose Emily while we have a chance, although we really need more fodder characters. Okay, a mystery cache, though. Smart play is companion random. I can't resist it. I can't not. I mean, this gives fodder characters, or it gives Hu Tao back. Or I could do this. Should also be impactful. I think this is better, actually. Because, like, randomly restore 1 or 2 vigor is a Nefa, like, unless we, like, a Nefa is not really important to get vigor back on unless we also get vigor back on Candace, right? Is my thinking. So I say the, actually, no, I'll do this. All right. Yeah, I mean, we just got 2 fodder characters for free for 40, which is a pretty big deal. More excited for Flynn's or Lauma? C6 Dia. Sorry. I'm not, I don't know. Lauma, too much of her design to me is just like, hey, what if we power creep Nahida? Like, that's most of what, like, Lauma's kit is to me. I'm still probably going to get her. Maybe. Well, I don't know. I'd say probably because I could probably make my sponsored video on someone else's account, so I'm not 100% committed to it. But I'm going to go to pity at least and see what happens. And I'll decide if I want to save the guarantee. But like, having her, because she does Dendro Red Shred and Hydro Red Shred, it means she can also buff talent damage for Hydro and Dendro crit damage dealers. And that matters to me. Like, I think there's fun things I can do with Tignari, Alhaitham, yeah, like... So on a team building level, I value supports and off-fielders more, generally speaking. So Lauma is more interesting to me than Flynn's. But for Polearm-only, Flynn's is a very, very interesting character. If Lauma was a Polearm unit, though, Lauma would be better for Polearm-only than Flynn's would be. Well, I don't know. Polearm-only really right now, if I want to progress to the point of clearing dire difficulty, more than anything, just needs more compelling main DPSs. And so actually Flynn's is maybe arguably a lot better for Polearm-only than Lauma would be. But the account right now is in a point where I think it's struggling in that it's struggling to potentially like go to the point of clearing dire difficulty, in that we would need probably one more really compelling main DPS Polearm unit, ideally a cryo unit to synergize with Escoffier, and or more Hydro options, but like and better Dendro options for like Dendro reaction things to make like Hyperbloom more consistent. Like Hyperbloom Raiden could be a true monster, as like one of the main DPSs on the account could be Hyperbloom Raiden with level 100, and I could do that, but I would need better Dendro and Hydro options too there. So again, it like comes back to like I'm limited in potential main DPSs to build teams around that are really compelling to the point of being able to clear dire difficulty. For not dire difficulty, I'm not too concerned, right? So anyways. Anyways, what are we doing here? We have 190 flowers. Papilla, we now have Emily available for Papilla. We can do Emily Toma or Emily Shang if we need the extra damage. I kind of would like to save Chevreuse. Well, I can just do Yao Yao. Like, just Yao Yao or Lakino is probably fine for the Papilla, or the way up, right? So, trying to map things out here. Emily Toma, Arlecchino plus Yao Yao. Candace and Neva, Arlecchino somewhere else. And then we have something else we need to figure out. Feed 3 opponents. Okay, Emily, Arlecchino, and Nefa. If we use a Nefa here. Do we use a Nefa here? If we had Eons on available, I would say like do Eons on Chung Lane, but we don't. Is there any buffs I can abuse? I don't know if buffs matter that much for what we have going here. Raiden over a Nefa for like a Bloom trigger, you mean? Yes. If like Raiden would be better than a Nefa for a Bloom trigger for level 100 if we had better Hydro and Dendro options. Being that we don't have better Hydro and Dendro options, the Nefa probably makes sense level 100 over Raiden. Yes. But right now I think it doesn't make sense to do that unless I have if I get to the point of having a dire difficulty where it's like I have like the teams routed where I can like clear 2 of the bosses at dire, but then one team is like, you know, 10, 15, 20% DPS away, then maybe I level 100 that someone in that team. You don't have fodder characters in your pool? Oh. Yeah, what? Oh, frickin' I forgot. The Godforsaken thing doesn't... Bruh, I hate when it does that. I hate that. That doesn't... I so rarely get that stupid refunded like thing, and I forgot that it sends to alternate cast, not to... Thank you, Lito. Bruh. There's a mystery cache and I want it. I have Baiju Sinyan for fodder. Frick, all that vigor refunded for me now is basically making it harder to get the polearm units when I need them now. I'm gonna choose Yaoyo.
I'll lead the way. Follow me.
I might regret it. I'm gonna use Arlecchino here. I think I use Arlecchino here. Use Arlecchino here. Candace and Nefa, Chivalrous, Yaoyo if need be. Emily. Arlecchino somewhere else. Then we have like Shuntling, Eon-san. Yeah, let's do it. Alright. Yeah, Lito may have saved the run. Lito may have prevented a rewind, yes. Which I think would have rewinded to... Yeah, we would have had to redo that one. Defense Monolith Chamber. Wait, I only have one fodder character. Ah, frick. Well, it's probably fine to use Yaoyo here. Or Toma. Do we fodder Toma or do we fodder Yaoyo? Shoot. I think Toma's more important for saving for Emily. Okay. Yaoyo we just need for whatever. Okay. That was a mistake on my part. Whoops. Didn't factor that properly. Where's the effect on the ground? Watched the Miku movie. Did I miss anything interesting? Missed me getting stuck a little bit in Polearm-only for a while. As I often do. I gave up and I just restarted and I think that was a good decision. Right now we're in a weird middle ground point of like trying to figure out where to use the characters properly. Using Arlecchino here because it's an elite challenge. What the fuck? There we go. Alright. Got a star. Fodder. Fodder.
At the ready.
Okay. Still don't have Eon's one. Okay. It's fine. Like Emily Toma here. Some newer people who don't have many old characters, since you only claim one free per character, they might run out of free cons to farm them that way. Yeah. On my casual account, which is functionally a newer account, it means technically a not that young of an account, but I've only like logged in like less than half of this last year and only wished in the character banner, therefore also this year. Because it used to be weapons only. And ooh, don't do that. And on that account, it's in a funny state wherein, like, yep, there's just not really any relevant characters for the Constellation thing for me to choose, because I don't have any of them. You're gonna get the shield, right? Okay, I should be able to get through the shield, but I probably have to attack with Toma. Shouldn't forget I can do that. Barely. Oh, you frickin' just avoided my whole burst. So Toma, how the hell do you not have your burst back? Bro completely dodged my burst. What a butthole. Alright, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay. Artifacts does Toma have? No bless. Otter character, fine. Would like to get Eons on here. Okay.
You're calling for me? Coming.
Script a mystery cache for that. Eons on. Alright, let's go.
Get
Sick.
started.
Okay, finally. We've gotten all Polearm characters. We have all of our options for us. So, we can plan out fully now. We have our Lucino available, so yeah, I think we Anefa, Candace, Yaoyo, Chivalrous, probably. Do we need to do the full team for the healing thing? No, but if we can clear the healing thing with a star, it would be cool. And then I can save our Lucino for the middle chamber, and we're chilling. So I'm thinking Eons on Xiangling here. Probably can handle this. Maybe? I don't know. Those have an advantage, huh? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I need to... What if I do Eons on Xiangling here first, and if I need to, I have the flexibility to do Eons on Xiangling, Chivalrous Telma. And then I can, you know, Candace, Nefa. I don't know, we can just play around with the options a little bit. We should be able to get it here. We might be able to do full stars. Might. And there's a couple awkward chambers still. Okay, let's see how this goes at a baseline. I don't think. I don't think. I don't think Xiangling Inefa or Xiangling Eons solo's here. Okay. Oh, what are the enemies after? More of these. Okay. Let me! I just wanted to frickin' do my charge attack. Okay. I don't think it's that far away. Okay. So, question is, do we stick with Xiangling? So we have to deal with the one... So this chamber, the one before the final boss, is the elite enemies chamber. So let's assume for sure... What happens if we just like bring in Toma here? Because like, I think again, I'm not confident I can star the next chamber, right? We might be able to, but if I can just use Candace and Nefa, Chivalrous, and worst case bring in Yao Yao, we're gonna golden there, and then Xiangling, Eons on. Maybe Arlecchino. Oh, I don't know. Getting into the stars here is it's a puzzle. Since Polearm-only isn't going the greatest, yeah, we're trying to get stars. This would be trivial at this point if we weren't trying to get stars. I think it's fine to use Stoma. See what happens. Might be the little buff we need. Plus energy for Xiangling. Optimize this, but there's still enemies after this wave of 5 enemies still. One butthole doesn't want to come over here. This is annoying. This is annoying. Okay. So do we Candice and Nefa Yao for the Weob? And we do full Shivers team here? Like surely that would get through. The problem is this kind of feels like it hinges on... Well, no, it should be fine, because, like, worst case scenario, we don't start on this one. Worst case, we use Arlecchino for the next one, for the elite enemies. And then we have Emily, Eons on Xiangling available. Like, it should be fine. We shouldn't need Shivers. Might not be as easy as I thought. That's gonna make the first setup awkward in particular. Okay, let's do this. Lady comes to me, right? Okay, there's 3 enemies? What's the 3rd? Oh, it's the dude here. Okay. Spawn. Okay, so the real question is, do we lose our sanity trying to optimize this? Do we lose our sanity trying to optimize this? Because we have 2 options here, right? we either try to start with this team, which I think you can, this Shivers team, or we just use Arlecchino. We just use Arlecchino with 3 fodder characters, and then this team can handle the elite enemies. And against the elite enemies, we just need to focus on one enemy. I kind of feel like that's the play. Also, I kind of wish I had gotten... If I had gotten Bus, I might have had better options here, but I was too focused on getting the right characters, and I kind of needed the right characters at the right time, so... Do we... No, we don't have the opportunity to rewind. If we rewind... Once we beat the way out, we can't rewind to poor Arlecchino. I think I'm gonna do that. I think that's the smarter play, actually. Fodder here. And because Arlecchino is going to be far excessive, I think, and that team is like really awkward in the AoE situation here. Whereas in a single target situation, I think it might be fine for those elite enemies later. They're elite, they're big enemies, but they're not like anything crazy. A Nefa Candace would work here, but I want to do a Nefa Candace with a healer for the next chamber. And we also now have what's her bucket available? Okay, Bloom, that might actually be relevant. 1 extra core. Well, I can't get that right now anyways. Okay. You. Otter. Oh, the healer is not here yet. Shoot. I have to redo. Oopsies. I don't know, we're gonna see how the pace of the healing goes. When I actually get the healing up. I thought I misremembered when it spawned though. Yeah, chargers is super fast. Okay. Oh, yeah, saving Amber for the Lava Dragon. Yeah, good play. Okay. Yeah, this thing does indeed stall a lot. Does it have lower resistance than it gets? I don't know. Should I try starring it? Hydra resonance? I don't think that's gonna matter. I don't really care. I want to try starring it. If we can come out of this starring, I'd be quite happy. I'm sure I didn't get max stacks on that before I did that. Whatever. Oh, then I missed. Oh boy. Okay, well, this would probably not be a attempt. Oh darn it. Okay. Wow. If I hadn't scuffed that, I should have been able to get that. Stats. Stats. Did I get it? Yeah, right on the clock. Yeah, frick that. Like I planned around non-starring for that, and I got the star anyways. Get wrecked. All right, let's freaking go. Okay. Let's see if we can get the full 10 stars just for the flex. Alright, what's the plan? We have Eonson, Xiangling, Shepherd's Toma. And then we have Emily, Xiangling, Eonson. Available? Yeah, okay. I oftentimes like trying to end with a full Polearm-only clear, but that's probably not going to be doable here. Unless this ends up being easier than expected, which actually it might be with this thing, now I think about it. And yeah, okay. We'll see. And buffs going on. Wow, really? Really? Lame? Also, it's not gonna give me the things. Okay, wait. You think the pillows might be easier? I'm not sure. The pillow versus this. Like, Xiangling will rip through this shield. What's anyone's vote? We're not using Emily against the pillow. This would be Xiangling. I think this is the smarter play. Yeah. Alright. We don't have well... No, we do have a reason to save Shivers. Let's see how just Eon's on this goes. The reason we have we save Chevrus potentially is because we do Emily, Eonson, Xiangling, Chevrus. Trigger an overload, you get an attack buff. Right, next chamber. I don't know if I actually triggered an overload there. Oops. Wait, I don't have a Chevrus team, I don't need to do that. Yeah, I think I need a little bit more damage. Does it have pyro? I can't tell. That's why I didn't do this on yet. Okay, let's try to do this better. Take burning card? I did take the burning card. I think I did. Oh shoot. Oh, you know what we have to do? Okay. Because it gets its shield too fast. To get the buff properly. Okay. Freaking okay. Well, another reason we might learn Shivers. Okay. Wait, do I have Toma available? That's true. Oops, I forgot about Toma. Sorry. Sorry, Toma. Oh boy, sorry, Toma. That actually does make things a little bit easier. We're still probably not gonna star though, not without Shivers. Okay. Alright. Obviously we can clear this without starring. But I think the play is hopefully Emily, Xiangling, Eonson is enough for starring the Pyro Dragon. We might be able to get buffs or whatever that helped that too. So, alright. Let's do it. Still gonna be kind of awkward to make Shivers work here, of course, but do this. This. The shield. What? Bruh. Actually triggered. What camera? Why I moved my mouse an inch and for some reason my mouse sensitivity is high, but not that high. The frick? Earlier. This is gonna be tricky to star, if we can do it. The Eon Son uptime doesn't really matter. Xiangling snapshots, by the way. Maybe I should have jumped back. I was trying to switch to Xiangling, yeah? Okay. Really. Stop moving, bro. Got it. Not that hard. Let's go. Alright. So we got the elixir. Now it's just a matter of can Emily... So Emily, Xiangling, Shivers. Can that combo star? We have no polearms, right? Yeah, no. Okay. Vaporize doesn't do shite for us. Reroll. Okay, that does. What does it do? Dendro damage off field or pyro damage off field. Tally reaches 6. Wait, burning tally reaches 6. Wildfire, wait, okay. Well, I don't know how much damage each of these do. It's probably relatively similar. Okay. Aww, frick you! No max buff. Okay. Oh well. Freaking 3 companion choices? Like, bruh. Game, could you not do that? Like, I really wish they would put some logic in to not do that when there's 1 character left. Like, bruh. What are you feeding your Xiangling? Chevreuse. I'm feeding her Chevreuse. It's not that. It's a good Xiangling build, but she's not a Noblesse build. There was also 2 Noblesse users in the team. That was not that strong of a Chevreuse. Or, that was not that strong of a Xiangling. Xiangling Noblesse might matter here, though. I don't know. Wait, that's Pyro Resonance. I'm gonna see if I can do it without Pyro Resonance. Without Pyro Resonance. This. Oh, we should make sure we're on field with, I think we still got this. Right. No question. Almost 1 rotated even. C2, or sorry, C3 Emily, technically. Since the Eons on C6 incident. Oh, so many 5 stars in trying to get Eons on C6. Anyways. Yes, Emily C1, R1 in particular helps a lot there. Emily C2 also helps there. Especially because I didn't have any Deepwood in the team. Theoretically, could have Deepwood in the team, but obviously it's kind of hard to configure builds like that around Theater. So yeah. There you go. There's another Polearm-only 10-star clear. The first one we did, I believe, was a lot harder than that. This was definitely, I think, an easier one. After we figured out the first little mess. It wasn't simple, but, you know. There you go. This feels like, for Polearm-only, this feels like a fairly well-balanced theater. Yeah, from the context of, like, if we had to do 2 more chambers with the next difficulty, that is like we could clear. I know we could clear. but I don't think we are gonna get stars. Like, getting the elixir this time, cool, right? I do not think we are gonna get stars come the new difficulty level. And it's also gonna require me having to level up a whole bunch more units for it, for 200 Primo Gems, and I'm probably not gonna bother with the new highest difficulty on Polearm-only, other than I will try to do it at least once, but I don't know. Polearm-only is at a point where, like, once I get like a really good Flynn's build going or whatever, like, I can relatively freely just throw resin into like leveling characters for theater. It's something I should have done already on this account. Like, in the past like 6 months in this account, there's not been much need to farm for any particular unit other than like a little bit of a Nefa farming and whatever, right? So like, I should have had more units leveled up so that I could get more buffs for theater and make that easier. Like, that would have been probably meaningfully easier if I had like 3 extra characters and whatever. So anyways, also I just realized I didn't choose a co-op character. That would have given me an extra buff. Forgot about that. But yeah, so anyways, it'll be interesting to see what theater is like on Polearm-only next time. But I suspect it's going to be mostly the same, just even more of a puzzle. The puzzle will become harder because like releasing another 2 tiers of theater is going to be really tricky for getting stars, at least. But I don't know. The fact that we had, you know, some instances of extra characters, like more than 2 characters per chamber, means like there may be viability in getting stars next time around with the new theater difficulty, that is. But yeah, anyways, let's go spend a resin quick, and then we'll. I don't know if I want to do Polearm or do theater on my casual account, but I'll log into the casual account today at least. Random IFA dupe. Well, my IFA is C2 on this account. It's C0 on my main account. Sad. Rip. What's my Lanya at? 0. Okay, good. Couldn't remember. Oh, condense resin. So yeah, like, should I use my resin now for leveling up characters for the next theater? Potentially. But, eh. 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 Alright. Let's do, I don't know, emblem. Why? Just for Raiden. Crit Raiden, obviously. Not Hyper Raiden. Although, if level 100 Raiden or level 95 Raiden even becomes a thing on this account, I do need to actually seriously consider whether or not I should min-max a Flowers of Paradise build more. I don't know. Level 100 plans of Polearm-only. I mentioned earlier, I've mentioned it a few times, I think the smart play is to hold off a little bit. My gut tells me is just F it, level 100 Arlecchino. But this account is at a balance right now where the ability, if I want to try to like it has teams that can clear dire difficulty sometimes, right? Obviously in particular thanks to C6 Arlecchino. But I think, for example, this current dire difficulty, wait, did I do that? Was it the current one or the last one? I don't know. One of these current, either the last Stygian or this Stygian, I was able to clear 2 of the 3 bosses. No, it was the previous Stygian. I don't think I tried to clear 2 bosses in this current Stygian. So the previous Stygian, right, I cleared 2 bosses at dire difficulty, and I only couldn't clear the cryo boss because I didn't like have a like Skirk's not a polearm unit, right? But like I had a Scofier C1 Shenhe Rosaria. If I had like a compelling cryo main DPS, I probably could have cleared dire difficulty. So my point with that is this account's at this weird like borderline investment of like needs the right Stygian with the right bosses with the right mechanics relative to the teams I have available at the right time for me to be able to potentially clear. And it's not just a matter of like, oh, just you get Flynn's constellations, you'll be fine, because like the next Stygian is really awkward because there's the like Electrocharge shilling boss, but then there's also a Bloom boss, and I only have 1 Hydra unit. So like I think the next Stygian was like almost like the next Stygian was almost like this should be the perfect Stygian for clearing Dire and Polearm-only, except they put 2 freaking bosses that both require Hydro, like or both really want Hydro. I might be able to get away with not like using a Hydro, using Candace against the Bloom boss, which is basically a requirement, because Arlecchino can probably brute force, maybe, with Shivers, can probably brute force the new Electrocharge shield boss. It's probably doable. But then if I use Arlecchino for the new Electrocharge boss, what team do I have available for killing the Aeon Blight Drake? Like, I don't have one that's capable of killing the Aeon Blight Drake. Like, I would need Arlecchino to kill the Aeon Blight Drake. So, like, it would be ideal if I could do, like, Flynn's against the new boss, and then a Bloom team against the Bloom boss, and, like, maybe level 100 Raiden for that, right? Kind of thing. And then Arlecchino against the Aeon Blight Drake. Except I need another freaking Hydra unit to do that, because Flynn's whole ass kit doesn't work without a Hydra unit. And, I don't know if you noticed, but Hyper Bloom doesn't work either. So... that's where it's at. You're cooked because you don't know if you're getting Lauma? Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if I can clear Dire, even on my main account, without getting Flynn's. Because, like, the HP at Dire difficulty for that new boss is absurd. Not the Bloom boss, the other boss, the Electrocharge one. But, like, I have high investment teams that can do Electrocharge, right? Do like Veresa plunge with Shani and C2 maybe? I don't know, right? It's Columbina, she'll be a polearm. Yeah, if Columbina's a polearm, that could be a big deal for the account. So, I don't know. Right now, that's why I think I want to save the level 100 potential, or level 95ing, because I feel like there's going to be a Dire clear where or there's going to be a Stygian onslaught around that we have teams that are just like, barely not reaching the threshold, and it very much might be okay, good thing I saved the Masterless Star Glitter because I'll level 95 this particular character for that team to reach the threshold of being able to clear. So Aeon Blight Drake could be done with Hu Tao, Emily, Escofia, and Flex. I don't know. The new Aeon Blight Drake is going to be kind of cringe in a lot of levels, so maybe, but like Hu Tao, Emily's doing a lot of damage, but Emily ain't doing solo Dire difficulty damage, and Hu Tao's additional damage on top of Emily's damage is not that high. So yeah, like I've checked like the DPS of some various Emily teams, and they're high, but like they're not Dire difficulty against Aeon Blight Drake high with its cringe mechanic for resistances to different things. So yeah, anyways, let's go on to the casual account. Columbina will be a bow user, trust? Are you talking for Aeon Blade Drake? Because you can't knock out the Aeon... If you're coping that Columbina can knock out the Aeon Blade Drake, first of all, the Aeon Blade Drake is probably going to be gone from Stygian by the time Columbina arrives. But secondarily, you literally can't knock the Aeon Blade Drake out of the air. You're not allowed to. I think it might come down on its own eventually, but... Use Stygian on casual account and use your C6 Dia? I could. But I'll be honest, I've been streaming for like, let's see, 4.5 hours. And I'm kind of combated out of Genshin at the moment. Okay, I keep on getting confused in the last few days of logging into the casual account because of the person that gave the welcome. I'm like, why is there a welcome? Did I log in the wrong account? No, it's the right account. This arguably might not make sense to buy, but I'm gonna do it. Can I get another chance for C5 Bennett? Yup. Please give me Bennett. I just want C5 Bennett. I mean, actually, I really want C6 Bennett. But penny. Please. Please. I hate wishing for 4 stars. Man. What's the pity now? I should stop. It's like 15. Come on. Like... Sick. Cool. Not even gonna get a 4-star here. Don't think it's close to pity because it got a... yeah. Well, that was exciting. Sick. Boy, is this account... God, I hate that this account is probably the unluckiest account I've had. Because it's just like... But I don't know. Good job simulating the pain experience. I maintain that the Mualani wasn't lucky. It wasn't inherent... I wouldn't call it unlucky. But I also wouldn't actually think it's that... I inherently do not think that it's inherent that it's a good thing, therefore I do not. And I think being lucky means a good interpretation of a statistically unlikely thing is what happened, right? And because I do not think it is neither good nor bad, it is neither lucky nor unlucky that I got the Mulan. Anyways. Yes, I could go do theater here and try to get more wishes, but right now. Casual player experience is sometimes you don't feel like playing the endgame content. Casual players don't log in just to play new endgame. Let's be real. I do want to check what level I can do though. And then that'll probably be the stream. Well, actually, on YouTube or on I'll keep streaming on Twitch for a little bit. I think I'll go do I'll go end the stream with Zenless on Twitch. I can do hard mode. That's good. Okay. And I am way away from visionary mode, so that's fine. I don't know. I'll get the 600 primos or whatever from that. I forgot about the ley line, by the way. Well, rip ley line buff. So yeah. Anyways, casual account means X weapons only. Yes. I'm a bit confused with all the accounts. It's polearms only. Casual account, which has been logging in too much lately because there's been a character I wanted and then getting Mualani. I wasn't even planning on logging into this account after getting Seat Lolly that much and getting Seat Lolly functional, which she is functional. I know she's level 60 still, but she is functional. But then I got Mualani and now I'm just like, ah, frick. Well, to get Mualani functional, I need to level artifacts, need to level talents, need to... So the casual account is still being logged into for now. I don't know, the casual account, I'm probably going to take a good 2-month or longer break from it, other than logging in to claim premium gems. No, I'll probably continue logging in until I get rid of the Welkin. I don't want to waste the Welkin that someone gave. So that's where that's at. But anyways, you need to measure luck. You need to measure average. Okay, statistics has nothing to do. Luck is just an interpretation, your personal lens on what statistics are relevant to you. That's literally it. That's literally it. There is no such thing and no logic at all to defining luck on a universal level. It doesn't make any sense. Luck is you feel things were lucky or unlucky. And it's my damn account. My experience is affected by what happens on a statistical level through the gacha. It is not inherently a good thing. I lost things that could have been quite beneficial to keep on this account by getting Mualani early. There are negative aspects to getting Mualani, and there are positive aspects to getting Mualani. Bro, finish the comment. I made a logical argument. I read the comment. I might have misinterpreted something, but winning more than 50-50 is lucky, if not is unlucky. In this day, oh, okay, yeah. So like, yes, I know what you mean, but anyways, yeah, garbage, whatever. Okay. So anyways, yeah, I misread the intent of the first part of your message. My bad. But yes, I had that before. Like, yeah, if you're going to try to measure luck over time, you do need to take into account luck over time. Because one aspect that wasn't lucky about Mualani was the fact that I had gone 500 wishes on this account. 500 wishes on this account without getting an early 5-star. Well, not counting the standard banner. I had gotten standard banner earlies, which is nonsense, and they were all cheat sheet and it's garbage. Anyways, I felt yelled at, but it's fine. Yeah, you're good. When I'm yelling at people, it's not necessarily because of what you say. It's because there's just words that you said that triggered some response in my brain. And that's all. Anyways, like what you gotta realize when you're streaming, you're trying to like constantly yap. You're trying to like, okay, you're trying to say words coherently at the same time while like doing whatever, and like glancing at two chats that are going by at the same time while maintaining a conversation, and like you naturally have to skim read through things in it. Yeah. Anyways, there's a reason that like long messages tend to be bad in live stream chats. Which it's also why like it's hard to have nuanced conversation interacting with a live stream real-time chat, because oftentimes nuanced conversation requires longer messages, like you said. So, anyways, my apologies for being a goofy human creature, but yeah. It's just brain being split between 500 different things at once. Yes, quick human interaction can be faulty. Do you yap to yourself in your head too? I mean, I think a lot. You're asking whether or not I think in the same exact way that I yap. Kind of. In many ways, the way that I talk on stream is probably the closest to how thoughts work in my head, but like also definitely not. Like I don't know how to explain it other than like I've definitely experienced in life being like, oh, I have thoughts in my head and I can like start saying things, and I'm like, wait, how do I word again? Right? When you actually try to speak, and like streaming itself has helped me be able to do that better. Like be able to just on the fly go off the riff and be like, have thoughts in my head and immediately speak, right? But am I literally yapping in my head? Am I hearing my voice in my head? No. I would say generally speaking not. But new PC is doing well. I have noticed it being better for my needs, and that's good. The only problem, we did encounter a problem earlier where OBS said it had an encoder overload, and it caused a lot of lag on YouTube, which is annoying. There are solutions to that I might muck around with, because the problem is that only happened when I started recording and trying to stream at the same time, apparently. OBS started to be, like, it might have been the software failing, not even my hardware, but I don't know. Anyways. So, yeah. Anyways, Mualani piece. Or Mualani artifacts. So, I'm almost done leveling her artifacts. I just have to finish this, actually, but I did get that new timepiece, which is interesting. I feel like this would probably push me towards... You use a craftable... You use a EM timepiece with the craftable weapon, right? So I kind of hate the idea, especially with an R1 wizard. Freaking Mawika piece, of course. But, especially with an R1 wizard, I kind of hate the idea of, alright. This is pretty good. I think this is probably better than whatever this can be, unless this rolls extremely well. Yeah, this roll like shit. The last roll went into defense, but it's a 4-line, so like it's a potential reroll maybe, but so is this freaking goblet. Got 2 onset goblets, 1 HP, 1 hydro, and they both rolled shit, and it pisses me off. Playing Genshin, enjoy your content. I hope you're enjoying the game. And hope I don't think you should use me as a primary source of information, but I do try to make it a goal of mine to try to remember to make my content in a way that lets people see the things that are possible in Genshin, even if I don't know. It's so hard though, having a Genshin account that's so old and progressed. Like if you started playing Genshin recently, it's like I'm not trying to make you stop playing, but it's so hard to get your account to a point like my main account is at without spending insane amounts of money, right? Like way more money than I have spent in the account to be able to catch up, because I've had 3 years of progression that you don't have, right? And will never have. So anyways, it's weird. Anyways, you started playing because a video of mine appeared in your recommended. Wow, that's crazy. What video was it, out of curiosity? I honestly wouldn't have expected that many of my videos caused people to start playing Genshin. That's a surprise. Anyways. You're now part of the Mualani Incident Club. Nice. Congrats. Well, you were at you were at 70 pity, so that was a bit more risky than mine, where I got to run at 8, but welcome to the club. Hopefully you can get some value out of her. I like Mualani, so again, I don't think it's inherently terrible, but got you to start playing Zenless. My apologies. Joking. Zenless is great, but you know, gotcha time sink. I experienced that last night. We're just gonna do this. HP. Sick. All right. What a wonderful piece. All right. What's my what's this cope ass Mualani build looking like? We don't have a weapon equipped, so you know, craftable, add HP. If Widzith, add crit damage. Yeah, that's a. She's not ascended, mind you, so she'll get 2 more crit rate rolls. So the crit rate is actually pretty good. The crit damage though. Oh, this is definitely a cope ass Mualani build. It might be worth leveling these pieces, but okay. Anyways, I taught you most everything you know. Wow, well, that's impressive. Considering I very disconnectedly tell people how to do things, but glad you're able to learn from me. Is Charlotte meta now? Really? Huh. Is Charlotte meta now, got someone to play Genshin? That's so weird to me. Like, that's so funny, because like the Is Charlotte meta now video was from such a hyper-focused specific context that like dealt with the temporary nature of Genshin's meta, where like, because all the endgame content is ever changing, like Charlotte was temporarily one of the most relevant units to use. That's crazy. Chupa. You found it entertaining? Well, I'm glad. I appreciate it. Glad to have you. Anyways. Set realistic expectations for the moment. Enjoy the game your way. Yeah. That's really the main approach you have to have. Is like, I might make a video soon. I've mentioned this recently, but that is just like a yap about how I'm kind of I kind of already cited this internally and enacted this policy for my videos for a long time. Like for a while I powered down my characters for videos to be able to try to make things more relatable. And like some people are just still like, oh, why do you power down your Farina? It's like, no, I didn't really power down my Farina. I used Tenacity Farina because it's better. And I just had a cope Tenacity build on Farina for a while. And like, so so I don't know, like I don't actually power down my characters basically ever anymore, outside of when I'm specifically doing, like, I want to make a comparison of like, okay, this constellation has a big effect, here's what it looks like when I directly be like, here's what it looks like more closely if it's like more relatable, as a not having this constellation, because I can like remove these artifacts and remove some stats from characters. But like outside of when I specifically call it out, I don't really power down my characters anymore. And part of that is because my account isn't, any account I'm playing on really is inherently going to be unrelatable, just because like I've made different decisions than other people have, and unless you have two Genshin accounts that are both really young and started really close to each other and are playing approximately at the same time, and you are both players that are like, and the two accounts are you know, either played by the same person and making similar decisions, or like whatever, like Genshin accounts very quickly get to the point of like being quite different from each other for what makes sense for like a path forward, depending on what your goals and personal preferences are. It's just like every account is unrelatable. So like it doesn't even really matter if I freaking use my constellations in my content, as long as I'm not trying to portray it as something it isn't, right? Like I'm not going to use my C2 Seat Lolly in the future and be like, oh yes, Diluc is really a 10 out of 10 amazing character with C2 Sit Lolly. Look, I hit 800,000 damage in a Melt Plunge. He's so usable. Right, like I'm not gonna draw dumb conclusions. I'm not gonna call, like, Tars told me about this like Genshin creator that was getting a little bit of drama and flack, mostly because they position their videos as like non-meta clears, but then they like use their C3 Farina all the time or something. Like they use Xin Yan with like a Inefa Farina or whatever, and like Xin Yan was doing basically nothing in the team. And they were saying like as an off meta clear and whatever, and it's like, yeah, like I don't position myself, like some people call what I do off meta, but most of the time like I'm simply engaging with the meta, but with support meta rather than main DPS meta. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, but anyways. Chaska's super beginner friendly. You were lucky with her. Oh yeah, if you got Chaska. Well, you got C2 Chaska. That's crazy. I hope you didn't waste too much money. or if you just got that lucky. Try to get some Bennett. Wait, you got C2 Chaska and like you don't have C6 Bennett? That's even funnier, honestly. As long as you have C1 Bennett, it's not that big a deal. That's hilarious, honestly. Anyway, getting C2 Chaska is probably very, very comfortable and should be valuable long term. Like C0 Chaska is like decent and a nice unit for various reasons, for both overworld and just like general brain off comfort. You don't have to think too much about her past the team you're using. But then C1 and C2 Chaska take her to the level of like, this is a decent character that becomes like very good in most situations. So yeah, C2 Chaska, C1 Bennett, C6 Aoife, and C3 Auron. That's hilarious. Well, welcome to what is the most painful aspect of playing Genshin long term. You've already experienced it. Getting 4 stars. That's so stupid. It's so stupid that you got C2 Chaska and you only got C1 Bennett. I mean, that's like, you got the most important one. But like, oh, how did I find this IT? Yeah, sorry, I gotten distracted yapping about different things. I found this theater very enjoyable. I think it's a well-balanced, enjoyable theater. For the last one before we have the difficulty increase, it's a good one, I think. It's the strength of Dendro reactions as kind of where it is though. I didn't do much burgeoning, but I don't know. We got to do some Shadow Bloom coffee a little bit. Anyways, so yeah. Shoot my shot for C5 Sucrose and Flynn's banner. I mean, if you want Flynn's, yeah. But Sucrose constellations, for what it's worth, are kind of not super relevant. Like C1 Sucrose, I'd say, is her best one. C6 Sucrose is bait, because almost always, not almost always, very often you don't care about bursting on Sucrose, or it could be actively bad to burst on Sucrose. Sometimes you do want to burst on Sucrose, to be clear, but it's like relatively niche. And it's also kind of cringe to try to get the right elemental damage bonus for what you need. And oftentimes getting this elemental damage bonus means you're actually getting an, like, let's say you're trying to play Sucrose in a vaporized team for a Pyro DPS. To get Pyro bonus, you have to infuse her burst with Pyro, but then it's applying Pyro off field, and that can interfere with your ability to get your vaporizes, right? So you don't want that. So anyways, what is C6 sucrose, or C5? That's just her talent levels for her skill. No, that's her burst. So I don't know if you're doing burst DPS sucrose, I guess maybe for the funnies, but I wouldn't get baited too much by sucrose cons. So she is like at 90% of what makes 98% of what makes her amazing, honestly, at C0, and then C1 is really nice to have for different contexts, for allowing her more adaptability and rotations. That's what I would say. So yeah, and then C2 can be nice for like grouping utility, and then C4 is irrelevant. C6 is mostly irrelevant. So yeah. No pity currently just got the Radiance after losing streaks, so I feel pretty confident. That's fair, yeah. You might be in a fairly low risk situation, but for what it's worth, I was in a low risk. Well, I wasn't in a low risk. I was in a higher risk situation because I had a Radiance and I knew I was risking Radiance, and I was fine with getting Mualani, even if it wasn't my preferred result. Anyways, yeah, I'll do theater soon TM on this account, but it's not gonna be something I'm gonna be in a rush to do. So yeah, I was surprised you didn't mention having C1 see Lolly in the Claymore video. I was proud of you. Which Claymore video? I don't even remember. Claymore video? What video are you talking about, Pandemonium? I don't even remember. Sometimes I make too many videos. Have to get more Ino so sucrose. Yes, I think getting Ino cons might be the most relevant thing. Like getting Ino C2 on a generic level. Well, if you don't have a Nefa, I think Ino is not that important, to be clear, to get cons on. I want Ino C2 because I want to do Ino and Nefa combo things, but the event Claymore. Yeah. What team was I even playing in that video? I know I did Kave. Oh, I was using C1 C with Kave. Yeah, I probably didn't mention it because it literally does nothing. Like, that team as it was configured basically does... C1 C Lolly essentially does nothing. Not technically nothing, but basically nothing. So, like, it just doesn't matter to mention. And, yeah, I mention them when I feel they matter. When I kind of hate having to mention them when they matter, I still feel like it's just good to do that for, like, being open about things. And, you know, communicating that, like, yeah, this team probably works less well without C1 C Lolly, whatever. But, it's Oculus, I guess. But, whenever I mention it, it always opens up the can of worms if someone's like, you know, just because I mention I have C2 Farina, someone's like, oh, team only works because I have C2 Farina. Right? It's just like, ugh. So, I don't know. For something like DPS Lanyan, I don't know. Hopefully Columbina replaces... You know, the one thing I want for Columbina is to power creep Farina in some contexts, not all. Again, I want Columbina to be better than Farina in some contexts, not in all contexts. That's the balance I want. And one of those contests is definitely Lanyan. I want Lanyan and Columbina to work better than with Farina, so that one, it would give me way more team options for Lanyan, and two, I can have a C0 character and stop having to deal with people that are like, that Constellation is why DPS Lanyan works. Even though it's like not the case at all. But anyways. How good is Ino for Flynn's? At C6, just his best option for Hydro, and he needs Hydro. Without C6, one of his best options for Hydro. Like, a C0 Ino is not much worse than Yelan. Like, Yelan is technically better, but not significantly, because Flynn's likes doing shorter rotations. Ultimately, I think most people would, if you have Yelan, I do not think you should pull Yelan for Flynn's. It's because it's not a meaningful upgrade. But if you already have Yelan for Flynn's, versus a C0 Ino, I think most people will, like, they're naturally a little bit sloppy in their rotations and will naturally do a little bit of longer rotations. So if you're not doing, like, optimized shorter rotations, it's like, I don't want to do whatever that is. That seems like a puzzle. It's probably going to be better to use Yelan, just because you'll get more damage out if you're doing longer rotations anyways. One of the main things that makes Ino competitive with Yelan at lower cons, and arguably might be better even still in some situations than Yelan. Even with a low con Ino, like only a C0, C1, C2 Ino, is shorter rotations. But if you aren't actually doing shorter 15-second rotations, then you're not actually going to take advantage of Ino, right? Same reason why Candace C6, and Candace needs C6 so that she has off-field Hydro. But Candace C6 is essentially similar to Ino, even though Candace's buff doesn't do anything, right? So Ino is quite good for Flins, because he needs 2 Nodcry units. Oh yeah, if you're using Yelan for Flins, you need an Neffa. Like, keep that in mind. If you do not have a Neffa for Flins, you need to use Ino. Need. So yes, I should have specified that. My apologies. Does the races set benefit him? Yes, and with the way his kit is designed and the way that artifact set is designed, those things together are like the artifact set. You do have some, you know, options, but the new artifact set is quite meaningfully better for him. So like you should be farming the new artifact set for him. A relatively bad build, not I shouldn't say bad, but a lower substat quality build on the new set should be meaningfully better than like 2-piece combos or any alternative 4-piece combos. I think technically, again, because of shorter rotation things, I think technically 4-piece Thundering Fury is his best artifact set on release until you get a better artifact build. So if you have a really good TF build already, you could use TF on him and try to do stuff with that. But anyways, use Lauma. Yeah, I mean, yes, I guess you could use Lauma as an alternative instead of Ino for Flins. But yeah, you need 2 Nodcry units on the team for Flins. That is a requirement. And then you need Hydro. And that's what Ino is. That's basically why she exists primarily. And yeah, Columbina is very likely to be a lot better than Ino in that context. So I wouldn't stress yourself out of like, I want to have Flynn's best team, so I got to get C6 Ino. Like don't bother. Unless you just love Flynn's and you want to do high investment on him anyways, because Flynn's signature, if you have a 5-star weapon already, Flynn's signature weapon is just kind of okay. But it's weird because it depends on energy breakpoint situation and how you want to build Flynn's. You should go watch Zajeff's video. Zajeff put a shit, like Zajeff put the most work into his Flynn's guide with his written guide, and I'd say his pre-release functionally, because his work on the written guide affected the pre-release. He has put so much work into the Flynn's guide, like such that like he probably has the most thorough understanding of Flynn's kit, and quite frankly, like actually watching that and him highlighting how Flynn's has more reason to be built with extra energy recharge compared to someone like Varessa. And if you are someone who like wants to see the burst animation on Flynn's, there is like a build path that can very much make sense to do, where you use Flynn's big burst, but it requires a different build path, and that kind of affects the relevancy of his signature weapon, yada yada. Point being, if you have a 5-star weapon already, generally speaking, it makes more sense to go for Flynn's cons, and it makes sense to go for Flynn's signature weapon. But also depends on how relevant Aqua Simulacra might be for your account too. But the fact that you can get Flynn's cons potentially and get Ino cons at the same time is relevant, but also Ino, even with C6, is probably going to be replaced by Columbine in the future. So, you know, if you don't have unless you have a ton of savings, you should probably plan on like getting Flynn's and getting Columbina in the future for Flynn's, rather than going all in on Flynn's banner. But in my case, on Polearm-only, I'm planning to try to get C2 and hopefully R1 of Flynn's, because I don't have Sucrose. I have Shao or Eon-san as the last slot, and that means my Flynn's is inherently going to be behind on Polearm-only, and I want to get him. I want to uplift his performance to a level where he can perform really, really well, and getting C2 R1 would help him a lot there. Even if Columbina is a polearm unit, and that helps a lot for Flynn's, I'm still not going to have like Sucrose, and not having Sucrose is a big loss for him. So, anyways, Deepwood fine for Lauma. I think generally speaking, Deepwood is her ideal set. Yeah. So, yes, it is fine for her. optimal, even. I don't know what her ideal main stats are right now, actually. Because I think it's probably EM, crit. But I'm not 100% certain. Her personal damage matters a lot less than it used to. And I'm also fairly certain her personal damage is going to barely matter at all for Nefer. So, you know. Yeah. Anyways. That's so cursed. Why? I mean, like, if you have 2 Nog Cry units on the team, you could consider using the other, but I don't know. It ultimately depends, like, it's the same shtick as, like, any kind of Dendro damage-focused team, where, like, you want Deepwood. Deepwood is slightly less relevant, to be clear, with Llama, because Llama gives Dendro Rush Shred already, but it's still, you still want Deepwood. And, like, if the Dendro unit that is already focused on just applying Dendro and doing buffing mostly more than anything else is there, you probably put them on it. Even when the Dendro unit does damage, like Emily, Deepwood is still really good to use, because then you don't have to like reconfigure the whole team's artifacts around putting your Moika or your Pyro Traveler on Deepwood, right? Like, but if you only ever play that one, you know, Kanichi team, then sure, put your Emily on Burning Set and whatever. But like, for example, like I did the recent Dire Clear that we did with the new Stygian, with I ended up like putting Emily on a pretty competent Reverie build, the Burning Set, right? And then I put Moika on Deepwood. But then I was still struggling. Like it was better than what I had going before, but I was still struggling. And then I put Emily back on her Deepwood build and put Moika on Tenacity, and that was better. So like, no, my point is, like, even when they do a bunch of damage, Deepwood is pretty good. So I don't know, like, she's a Dendro unit, she's a Dendro support. Deepwood was always, even with her doing a bunch of damage, was going to make sense on her. And then you don't have to think about Deepwood on another unit if she's on Deepwood. So I don't know, but but from a min-maxy context, if you're trying to do like dire difficulty clears, you might end up in a situation where you want to use someone else on Deepwood and maybe her on some other set, like the Nod Cry set, or in the future, I don't know. But right now it doesn't really make sense to do the Nod Cry set on her, because she doesn't have double Nod Cry teams that make very much sense, since they nerfed her hold E at least. But that will probably change with Nefer or Column being a release. So yeah. Yeah, I already have C2 Shao. From Yao Yao C6 incident on Polearm-only. So yeah, for Polearm-only, it's basically I'll choose Jean, I'll choose C3 Shenhe. So I have C2 Shenhe, so C3 Shenhe will just be an upgrade to Escoffier Rosaria. Not a crazy one, but an upgrade. Yeah. A lot of highly invested in healers. Burn team performance. Oh wait, I already read that. I'm stupid. But yeah, healers are surprisingly important for theater quite often. A lot of people using Tenacity for Arena now. I have no idea. Realistically, I wonder. I don't know. I don't know. I've never checked. I keep on forgetting to check what Akasha has for an API. I don't know if Akasha has a public API. Because there's a lot of interesting things you could probably extrapolate from player data using the Akasha API. Like, for example, if like the ratio of Farina builds submitted to Akasha that were Golden Troop versus Tenacity. The fact of the matter is, I think the vast majority of players are putting Golden Troop on Farina because they go and Google Farina guide, and oftentimes they end up finding an outdated guide that has a lot of views and is like not a terrible guide, right? That just says, yeah, use Golden Troop on her, right? So, and yes, the artifact usage rate is the other thing, which sure we can log it back in the other account. Anyways, you know, I said I needed to go to the store, by the way. I should be ending my stream because of that. By the way, I paid all my bills because it's the first. The first is bill pay month. Or bill pay day for me. And, because it was moving month last month. I still haven't finished, like, buying a freaking couch or anything, but, boy, those were some expensive. I was like, ah, yes, I spent more money than I made last month. That feels good. But oh well. I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me. But you know. Golden Troop is for personal damage buff? Yes. The Golden Troop is for personal damage. Tenacity is better for teammates damage. But usually the teammates damage, like, for any Frina team that isn't really Nuvilette, honestly, well, okay. But like, if you're playing Farina Escoffier Nuvilette, Tenacity is still worth considering there. Anyway, I don't think it'll be better in that context, but anyways, yeah, I'm fairly certain the statistics probably still says primarily. Hey, it's number 2. And then this 0.5% is the C6 players that don't understand how to use. Sorry, I am of the opinion, because so for anyone that doesn't understand, C6 Farina, there's people that like use 4P's MH on her. I think it's a copass artifact set to use on C6 Farina. I am of the opinion that a truly min-maxed C6 Farina should use 2P's HP, 2P's HP. I know it's a hot take. I strongly feel that, because I think that is the best way to have Farina do compelling damage to maximize her C6 damage, which does count as normal charge attack damage, but she's still doing all of her other damage that does not count as normal charge attack damage. And Heart of Depth is an interesting option, yeah. So, anyways, I think 2P's HP, 2P's HP makes sense, is my point. For a min-max C2 Farina, because 2P's HP, 2P's HP, with really good stats, yada yada, blappity blab. So yeah, this 0.5% is unironically just the C6 Farina people. And it's C6 Farina people that, in my opinion, just don't truly utilize C6 Farina to its true potential, is my vibe. That's without getting into the fact that C6 Farina is actually better as a support constellation than it is as a increased Farina damage constellation. Like, the damage increase is not why you should care about Farina Constellation 6. If you want the main DPSer, you can with it. It will make her do a bunch of damage on field, don't get me wrong, but it's front-loaded damage. You're not using her as a sustained on-fielder, generally speaking, and therefore I don't think Tenacity makes that much sense on her. Or sorry, I think Tenacity. I don't think Mars Says makes sense on her, but anyways, it's funny that it even shows up here is my point. Farina is one of the more popular characters in the game, and a lot of people make poor decisions in the game and pulled C6 of her. So that's why that's there. But it's telling, though, that Tenacity, even though it's like better in so many circumstances for Farina's uses nowadays, is still barely above like the C6 Farina people. It's crazy. You think 40% HP is more important than 36% crit rate? You don't get the crit rate when she's off field. Do you not realize C6 Farina's ability, you can use this up in like 3 seconds. This wall of text, where like you do extra scaling damage, it gets used up extremely quickly. And you'd be like, but what if you're doing plunge C6 Farina? Well, then use the plunge set. The plunge set is better, because she can keep it a full buff in the plunge set because she has her skill going on. Like before, that was like the one argument before, I'd say, is like you can on-field her longer with the plunge set. Like, no, and like at a high and yes, and I'm sorry, at a high investment level, the 4Ps, I have consistently found this, when you have really good builds farming for your characters, at a high investment level, these crit sets, particularly on characters that ascend with crit rate, that's Farina, like you end up getting such high CV overall in your substats that like having additional CV from the 4-piece bonus isn't as relevant. This is exactly what I found with Skirk, where like I have not found in a single instance when I'm trying to like optimize my, like get the most damage out of Skirk in dire difficulty, that my MH build was better, even though I have a very good MH build for her. And even when I activated C1, I'm probably not going to post this video until Skirk reruns at this point because I just don't feel like it. But like, even when I activated Skirk C1, which exaggerates the difference of like on paper, 4-piece Martial Sea Hunter is better than her signature artifacts, I found that I was getting better results from her signature artifacts. In fact, I don't even know if I would have been able to clear without using her signature artifacts, because of the fact that when you're doing multiple Abyss runs just optimizing my playstyle, you're also inherently optimizing around critting like at the right times. And you can very much like min-max your actual ability to clear the game's content around like purposely having a on-optimal like crit ratio by like having less crit rate and more crit damage and attack percent. And you just deal with the RNG a little bit, because it's not even that you deal with the RNG, it's just like you're already doing multiple runs anyways. You're already doing multiple attempts anyways. And if you're already doing multiple attempts anyways, you may as well, you can have a little bit of RNG natural factor from that's fine to optimize around. So anyways, my point is, even regardless of that though, like for Skirk in my context, like, you know, it was just show, you know, let me put the right timepiece on her. So attack timepiece build. Right, I have this build available on her. This is a near 100% crit rate build. So when I have access to this crit rate build, and this weapon is giving me a bunch of crit damage, like, I don't actually get that many additional stats from 4-piece Martial Sea Hunter, even with like comparing my two optimized builds. And I have an MH build where, like, because of the fact that MH is giving crit, what it allows me to do is spec more into attack percent. So like my MH build has like 2400 attack instead of this 2100 attack. That's a pretty big difference maker. But it's still not enough for me to actually really get meaningfully better results, even with C1, than this artifact set. Because, like, crit rate, in particular, loses value, is my experience, the higher investment you go, as if you're already, like, doing multiple runs, at least, and optimizing. So, like, in the context of C6 Frina, it's also the nuance of her being off-field still, oftentimes, and it's the context of the fact that C6 Frina, quite frankly, is at its strongest when you utilize it for the fact that you don't need a healer at all on the team. And again, that's a supportive utility. Like, you still use Farina for buffing other units if you have C6 Farina. You don't just put C6, like, if you're still using Farina for supportive utility, you don't just default to using the DPS on her just because she does a little bit of additional damage with it. And also, because it's front-loaded damage that you can swap to her and use it right away, and because Farina has her stuff where like her summons sometimes will not attack for like a couple seconds. There's like 2-second gaps sometimes. There's like 2 seconds of time, which is a long time in like Genshin rotations. That's like 10% of a rotation. Where like you could swap to Farina and her summons just don't hit for 2 seconds. That means no drain happens to Farina while you're on field, and you get no crit stacks. So if you like switch to Farina and then immediately start like whacking on her with her C6, you don't get the crit buff for some of your hits, and like you might miss some crits. So there's like all kinds of layers and nuance of like, I really think from a min-max perspective, which if you're getting a C6 Farina, I think you should min-max. You are in a situation where you min-max in a different direction, right? And you probably have a signature weapon too, which I would assume, which gives so much crit value that, like, again, getting crit value from the set bonus doesn't matter as much, and you can functionally increase your damage better from set bonuses that give you stats that you otherwise would have less access to. So, anyways, I've consistently found this to be the case since they started doing, like, the crit sets have been a really good addition to the game for making it a lot easier to get characters built to the level of having compelling damage, and they oftentimes are very compelling to have good artifacts on. But I don't know, the better artifacts I get, the less relevant the less competitive I find the crit sets in practice, even when they're really good. And for Farina C6, I don't even think Martial Sea Hunter is that good on her, is my point. Just go deep wood. Yeah, there you go. Deep wood Farina it is. Farina 6 so better, so it's literally better on Health than it is on her. Yeah, kind of. But if you have C6 Farina, you also have C4 Farina. And C4 Farina is where Farina's signature weapon starts to be pretty good, because her ER needs become much less cringe. But the drip, this looks pretty good. And also I maintain that Fab looks really good on her. Like, I don't know. I think of drip weapons in the game, it's one of the more, it's fine ones. Like, ooh, yeah, it matches her colors, cool. But so does this. And like, if you're comparing to this, yeah, sure. This is haha funny weapon. But her real signature weapon is, I think, really nice looking. Just saying. And if you care about just drip impact, like you need that blue, I think Finale, I actually, I don't know. What's the verdict on Finale as far as, if you're truly a drip impact player, what's the verdict of Finale versus her Sig? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the Finale better. Because the silvery white contrast, like with Farina having, you know, her white hair, I'm not gonna lie, I think this is a better contrast for like the balance of Farina's colors. This is just like, oh, Farina blue and it's blue too. Freedom Sword? No, Freedom Sword is the complete wrong shade of everything. Wrong shade on the metal, wrong shade of the blue. Skirk weapons. Okay. It's a little bit too purpley. This weapon is okay. But this weapon and this weapon are basically equivalent in my mind. With the only thing, this looks like more of a decorative prop weapon, so it like fits more thematically with her. Whereas this looks like an actual sword, and that doesn't make sense for her character. But anyways, yeah, it's all about contrast. I agree. And this contrast is like really good. The colors match really well, and the contrast is great. Wolfang, I think, is actually kind of similar, but it's worse. Worse than Finale. Not on a combat, like, utility level. This is a better weapon for Frina than Finale on a utility level. But yeah. Oh yeah, unleveled sack sword. Let's not forget about that. If you're a drip player, unleveled sack sword. Remember my yaps from years ago? Anyone remember that? Is there anyone watching this watch me for that long? Remember my years old yaps about remember this constellation used to be C2. And this constellation used to be C2. I think it's a good thing that they actually put it at C6, but because it's a significant gameplay changing constellation. If it was C2, it literally frees you from the healer requirement. So like the difference, like the thing where people think that Farina C2 makes a huge difference would actually be real. But it would actually be real, because it would free you from a healer. But anyways, I had so much, like, I spent so much time, like, this is why this is actually level 40 still, I'm pretty sure. I specifically leveled up a R5 Fab to level 40 because I was considering having C2 Farina when her C6 was her C2, and doing some min-maxing around her C6 with Sack Sword and keeping it at level 40, because at C6 or at C2 I was like, I don't think I'll be able to figure out the energy needs. Like, I don't need that extra 30 ER, whatever. And it matches her better. So unironically, I was considering using that with a C2 Farina, which used for which is for C6 now, but and then that would allow you to get extra utility out of this, because this triggers every time you use her skill. So getting a skill reset means you can trigger it again. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I don't understand why they're so bad at designing Archon weapons usually. Like, they did a good job with Moika, but I think that's just because they're like, we want this weapon to be a good generic weapon, I guess. But man, most of the Archon weapons have like problems in their design philosophy with the character they're meant for. Like, Venti's, to be clear, is basically just really good on him. But Venti himself is unfortunate for the current state of the game. By current state, I mean the last 4 years of the game. Raiden has the problem of she's literally significantly harder to build with her signature weapon rather than the catch. Like, not giving any crit in her kit for free. No crit from weapon. is actually brutal. I think they were insane to do that, but oh well. Other than that, obviously engulfing's a good weapon. And then Zhongli's weapon is, you know, we know. It's yep. And then we have Nahida's weapon, which is extremely meh because there's a lot of good options for catalysts. And then we have Farina's weapon, which yep. And then we have Muiker's weapon. Yap. Holer, I came back from your uni. Welcome back. Sorry, we got distracted yapping. Yes, engulfing is good, but like, look, I'm speaking from experience. It's like just if you try to invest highly in Raiden, having engulfing versus like building like a really good build on Raiden with engulfing versus the catch is so much more annoying because that extra 12% crit rate you get from the catch is enough that with a high investment build, you can very much get to the point of doing a crit damage circlet on Raiden and have a good crit ratio. Trying to get a crit damage circlet on Raiden with engulfing like that's why I'm farming still for emblem on my Polearm account. It's because like my monkey brain's still not quite happy with the crit ratio I have on Raiden. It's because of engulfing. And like you usually end up in a situation where like, yeah, you have enough crit rate to like consistently crit on Raiden, but then you feel like your crit damage is a little bit low, or you end up having too high of crit damage and like super inconsistent crit rate. Like people will run like 60% crit rate on their engulfing Raiden. It's terrible. Sumeru weapon yap yet? No. Honestly, there's not much to yap about. Dia's is a good generic weapon still, but it's kind of outclassed by Muika's weapon, generally speaking, for most players. I think this is worth considering for Dia, for sure. Even with this minor C6 anti-synergy, where I believe her burst can last long enough at C6 that this buff can fall off a little bit. I don't really think that's problematic. I actually think the bigger problem, funnily enough, with Dia and her signature weapon right now, anti-synergy wise, is the fact that you need a shield, or you need to not be shielded, sorry, to have the 32% HP increase, and Nefa makes a shield, and Dia Overvape is really, really good. Like, it's probably her best team, and might be her best team at C6 too. I don't know. I don't have C6 yet. I haven't played around with it. But Dia, like, it means you can't use Nefa's skill, and it's annoying as shit, honestly. It's annoying. It's really annoying, particularly because like the dire difficulty clear I did, I was using Nefa on Staff of Scarlet Sands. Trying to keep up Staff of Scarlet Sands stacks while not using Nefa's skill is really annoying. So anyway, Sino's weapon I think is still really good on mini Polearm units. Like, let's see. So yes, no, unless you're doing the silly, and if you're doing Pyro Melt Plunge Escoffier, where you use Escoffier's own cryo and you use the plunge set on her, use her own cryo to fuel her own melt plunges with C6 Bennett infusion, then Staff of Scarlet Sands is probably pretty good on her. But generally speaking, no. No. Yes. Shenanigans, but no. Yes. Hyper Raiden. Yes. No. Yes. And then Flynn's is also a yes. Right. So Sino's weapon is just pretty good. Hythan's weapon's just generic stack stick. Kind of a bad generic stack stick, honestly, I would say. Like, as far as generic stack sticks go for swords, I think the high base attack ones are probably a lot more compelling. Clarin's weapon, Skirk's weapon, and my splitter are all, I'd say, more compelling as generic stat sticks, but it's still like an interesting weapon. And like not a terrible one to lose to, that's for sure, right? Like not many people would be, if you're pulling for Staff of Scarlet Sands and you get Alhaithan's weapon, probably not that sad of a thing to have happen, right? Wander's weapon is weird, like it's Aoife's best weapon because of how much Aoife appreciates attack speed for crit Aoife at least. Not for DM Aoife, of course. Other than that, Wander's weapon is just kind of okay, not very good, I would say. It's probably the worst one on the banner. Tignari's weapon is really good for Melt Ganyu. It's good for Tignari. It's technically Sethos' best weapon, but I don't know. As someone who is, despite having Tignari's weapon, I still just end up playing Sethos on Slingshot because I don't notice such a significant damage increase from, I don't know. If I end up level 100ing Sethos, my Sethos is going to become so unrelatable at level 100 that I may as well just use Tignari weapon on him. And I actually haven't tested, now that I think about it, I have not tested Tignari weapon on Sethos since I got an Nefa. But I don't know, I really like Slingshot on Sethos. I think it's just fun and it looks nice. But yeah, Tignari weapon though, for Sethos is good for Tignari, good for whatever. I think there's a very good, if Nefer is a bow DPS, there's a good chance it will be good on her. But I'm willing to bet that they're going to make Nefer a crit rate ascension unit. If she's a bow unit, they're going to make her a crit rate ascension unit. Just so that she works less well, because she also, like, if she's a crit rate ascending unit plus the crit artifact set, right? It's going to be like a Mualani situation where, you know, if you'd be starting at, let's see, what would you be starting at with Tignari's weapon? 44.1 plus 24.6 plus 30. You wouldn't be overcapped. You'd be at the cap, so you'd want like no crit rate substats. You would just want probably EM and crit damage. And maybe attack percent, depending on how her kit skillings works. Never was rumored to be a bow unit, by the way, but we have no idea for sure. So anyways, Tignari's weapon is likely to have some potential in the future. That's my point. Yeah, it's a good weapon. I do need to try it on Sethos again, actually. Since I have now, because originally when I tried it on Sethos versus Slingshot, I was using, you know, like 400, 500 EM builds that didn't have a ton of external EM buffs, or like that was the total EM he had. But now with like 1000 EM builds, I feel like it might be a little bit stronger. So Nefer wants flat def and flat HP. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be down. She looks polearmed to me. That would be weird. Oh boy, what the hell happens on polearms only if she's a polearm? I hope not. Just no, please. I want to break. Back-to-back patches with polearm units. I want to break, please, please. But yeah, I don't know. She could be freaking anything. I'm just mentioning it as a possibility, and I very likely could see them going out of their way. Like, not going out of their way, but specifically giving crit rate ascension as a way to incentivize her signature weapon, which will like have a big fat amount of crit damage or attack percent or EM or whatever. So like her signature weapon will be a lot better. But like if you have Hunter's Path for her and farm for her, right? If she's an EM scaling unit that wants EM, at least, and you farm the right specific artifacts for it that works perfectly with it, it would probably be like her second best weapon. There's a good chance. And even if that's not Nefer's kit, that could be some other kit in the future, right? So it's a pretty good one. Do you need to feel like you should go for it because of FOMO? No, obviously not. Like, I think you can go for it if you think you have a use case for it, or if we hear Nefer is a bow unit and you feel like it's a compelling weapon option for her. But like, realistically, I wouldn't do that, because if you're considering wishing for it just for Nefer, well then why wouldn't you just wish on Nefer's weapon banner instead, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. So I don't know. Basically get this for Tignari, maybe Melt. I don't know. It's a good weapon to lose to. I don't think there's many circumstances where you consider wishing directly for it. That's kind of weapon banner in general, right? And this weapon banner is really hard to evaluate because all the weapons are kind of generically good. But like, if I were going to consider wishing on the weapon banner, I don't think it would be very valuable for me, because I already have Key of Consciousness Suit. Key of Consciousness Suit is one of the ones that's like very much potentially worth wishing for. I think this will continue to be Farina's best weapon. this will obviously continue to be being Nilu's best weapon. Although I think with Lauma's release, it's less important to get this for Nilu than it is like to get Lauma. Like keep that in mind. Don't wish for this over Lauma for Nilu. And it's probably like Lauma is significantly better as a weapon, but you know, as far as a path for Nilu to do more and more damage. But yeah, I kind of have all the relevant weapons from the banner already. Is my point, just because I don't know, I do for whatever reason. Freaking Tignari's weapon. Almost all these were lucky, funnily enough. Like the Nilu weapon was a side effect of wanting Zyphos Moonlight largely, but also a little bit of getting lucky. And then this was a specific decision. This is the one I like spent money for because I decided I wanted to be able to do hybrid ride on my main account. So that was a business decision last year where I was like, frick it, I'm spending the money for it. Get this weapon so I could so I could showcase hybrid ride and not just my Polearm-only account. Wait, was that more? No, that was more than a year ago. It was more than last year. I don't know when I did that. Anyway, it was a while ago. Dia's weapon was pretty lucky just on Chronicle banner. Tignari's weapon was literal first 10 pull. Is there any what other weapon is? Yeah, that's all I have. That's the okay. Oh yeah. Oh, Alhaitham weapon. I regret getting this because it hasn't been that useful. It's been useful in some cases to have as a stat stick, but also not very useful. It wasn't worth the cost of getting. I went for it because I very much loved playing Pyro infused C6 like Bennett Pyro infused DPS Kazuha. And this weapon increasing Kazuha's skill damage and normal attack damage relative to his EM, like it enabled, like I did enjoy this on Kazuha, but it wasn't such a significant improvement that it was actually worth it, I would say. But like the passive did work on Kazuha for how I was using it, and that's why I wanted it. But it was a dumb decision to get at that point in time, and this is one of the weapons I would say I would regret, and I would take my pulls back if I could for it. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting weapon banner situation. Is there anything else I'm forgetting on there? Needle weapon, Sino weapon, Nathan weapon, whatever. Dia weapon, Tignari weapon. Look, we're forgetting someone.
We mercs have one.
Are we? Event Catalyst. It used to be extremely good on Mulan, now it's meh. The craftable, I'm fairly certain the craftable weapon in R5 is significantly better than the new Event Catalyst from Mulan. So, RIP. To be clear, its relevance for Lauma hasn't really changed. It's still a really good weapon for Lauma, because Lauma has energy needs. Mulan technically can have energy needs, but usually you don't build energy on her. So, but I don't know if the Event Catalyst is enough for your Mulan team to burst on Mulan every rotation, and you want to be freed from Widzith pain, or don't have a Widzith, or only have like an R1 Widzith, could it be compelling? It might be. It might not be the worst option. But, yeah. Anyways. No, we didn't forget anyone. There's so few characters. Man, Sumeru is so weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sumeru characters. 5 stars. That's crazy. Like, Baiju was released that year, but he wasn't a Sumeru unit, technically. Yeah, I don't know. What a weird year. Relatively like 1, 2, 3, 4. You're not technically from Fontaine, but you know. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I skipped linear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first 3 months of Fontaine had as many characters, 5-star characters, as Sumeru did from the region. And we also haven't gotten any new Sumeru characters other than Sethos from the region since then. Whereas we're like, oh, let's get a new Fontaine character this year, right? It's so weird. Anyway, it's just funny. But ultimately that means like it decreases the chances of you getting a garbage thing. I don't know. Right? If you're wishing for Key of Caution Suit, getting like Sino weapon, Tignari weapon, Alhaitham weapon, or Dia weapon is all kind of a pretty decent result. I'd say losing a 50-50 to Wander weapon kind of if you're going for Wander weapon and losing to one of the other ones is like, oh, okay, pretty cool, right? Like, and as far as like me wishing for Dia goes, I mean, getting an Alhaitham constellation wouldn't be that relevant for me. I'd be down to get Tignari constellations. If I got Sino or Wander, well, I'm not going to promise I'll level them up, but I might eventually. But man, a C0 Sino feels terrible to play. I hate how C0 Sino feels to play. But maybe he'd be on the list to eventually level up. But honestly, I'd rather like max out Kaching, quite frankly, than level a C0 Sino. So I don't know. But that's just me. And Wander is someone I would only level up to shame him. Sorry. I would level up Wanderer and like double crown him to show Lanyan being better than him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. If I end up losing a 50-50 to Wanderer and leveling him in the future, that would be my only motivation, which is a little bit of an asshole motivation, but I know it'd just be funny to have that as a context to compare to. Anyways, and maybe I'd find something that I'd appreciate about him. Maybe. But I think my ideal result would be losing to Nilu. Because if I lose a 50-50, I prefer not losing 50-50. But I would lose a 50-50, lose to Nilu, that would be Nilu C2. And then I don't have to care about choosing Nilu from the banner or the constellation thing at all. And then that functionally is equivalent to a Masterless Star Glitter, because instead of choosing Nilu, I could choose whatever. Actually, I don't know. It would, or maybe I would choose Shenhe or something. I don't know. His hat is great. His hat is pretty okay. I mean, they did some cool things in the design. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's kind of fundamentally flawed. They could have done a lot more with his absorption gimmick, and they just didn't really balance it in a way that made sense to care about much other than, ooh, this gives some attack percent. VV, Wander, Taser, yeah. So, anyways, hopefully I just win my 50-50 for Dia. Surely. Surely my dedication to Dia isn't gonna reward me with a slap in the face of like going to pity and going to pity twice, 3 times if I choose to continue wishing 4 times. We'll see. The only reason to go to pity 4 times again is like because I'm impatient and I want C6 Dia without having to wait 8 weeks. Plus, it could turn into a Masterless Star Glitter down the line too if I get an extra copy of Dia. So yeah. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Surely I don't get punished. Surely one of the character, the first time I have actually strongly wanted and chosen to pull for a C6 of a character. Surely it doesn't punish me. Surely. Key, one of the best weapons on Chronicle Banner? Yeah. I'd say it's Farina's best weapon. And I think Key of Caution Suit Farina, probably, at least before you have C6, I know. Key of Caution Suit Farina is probably the best unit to use for Flynn's, for example. So, you know, because you just build as much HP as possible on Farina, and then she can buff the EM for Inefa and Flynn's damage. And then she'll still do some damage herself, but, you know, not as much. New emote? I still haven't done anything with emotes, because I'm stupid and terrible at being a live streamer. What are we doing? We just got home from work? Well, I'm just yapping, sorry. I've been yapping for way too long. I have things to do today that I should probably do, but my brain gets in a yappy mood sometimes. I kind of don't really want to go shopping on Labor Day anyways. Because it's probably busy. I hate going to the store when it's busy. The problem is if I go shopping tomorrow now, the store's probably going to be out of stock of some of the things I want to buy. Because they were busy the weekend. But I need to go shopping. Because I'm literally out of food. Okay, well. Whatever. I think I'm going to go tomorrow. I might just pop by the local grocery store to get a couple things. A local, more expensive grocery store, which is like a few minute walk away. But anyways. Pulling a C9 character to level 100 them? I mean, yes, I talked about that earlier. Yes. But not pulling a C9 character to level 100 them, pulling a C9 character to level 100 someone else. I am considering having a sponsored video where the format or the gimmick of the video is how much money does it take to level 100 a character, utilizing the fact that I have C6 Yelan. So it's like, okay, let's see how long it takes to get 3 Masterless Star Glitter so I can level 100 a character. But it won't be Yelan. It'll probably be either Sethos or Lanyon. Or no, it'd be the randomized. I discussed that before. So, anyways, satisfying to listen to you yap while I draw. Well, I think I'm going to end the YouTube stream. I'm going to go do Zenless on Twitch for a few minutes. Shouldn't be that long, hopefully. So, here you go. I'll link my Twitch. Or, whatever, I'll put it in the chat. It's not that hard to type out. I have hands. I can figure out how to use them. Anyways. https://twitch.tv/no, that's wrong. Soruna. Bam, there we go. You can do Wishing Sim again? Nah, I'll pass. I've had too much of that Wishing Sim. The one video I made is too much. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna go do Zenless on Twitch. Won't be anything crazy. Maybe just a Hollow Zero run for the new week. Do my standard pulls, whatever. Nothing exciting. But anyways, bye-bye YouTube. Theater was fun. That's all. I liked it. We'll see how the next theater goes, because it'll be interesting with the new difficulty mode. I should be able to do that new difficulty mode on my main account. Probably won't be able to on the other accounts unless I specifically plan for it, but we'll see. We shall see. For Polearm-only, if it goes well on Visionary mode, like if I have enough characters to clear Visionary mode relatively easily, then I might level characters to try to do the new difficulty mode on Polearm-only. So, yeah, anyways. Bye-bye, YouTube.